Hello? Hello, hello. I'm here. It's me. I've returned. Good morning. It is not morning for me at all, but thank you. Oh, almost knocked over my drink. That could have gone bad. Oh, 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 oh. It's me. Sick. Is chat size big enough? Cause I can just actually I don't like that. I don't like that. I know I set it to that, but I I want it to be a tiny bit bigger. And then we just move that a little up. There we go. That seems better. Maybe. I wish I could give it an outline, though. It's annoying that I can't. Uh, uh, Now today is another SCP thing. But I did. It's morning in a few hours. What do you mean in a few? It's 10 p.m. Sick. Let me try this. Okay, no, that doesn't work. Well, now chat is just reset. But it annoys me so much. It's been annoying me for so long that chat either blends into the background because it's white and something on screen is white, or it blends into the background because it's black and something on screen is black. And I'm not setting it to some random color. And now it won't let me edit chat at all. Great. It's just how I wanted to start the stream out. What do you mean it's morning for me? 12 a.m. is not morning. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. Let me. Settings. Maybe this. Maybe this. Will tell me when this morning. I would say 5 a.m. is when it becomes morning. Anyway, let me hide that. And then source not that browser source, that is source chat 2. That seems highly ineffective. Scale, maybe set that to like 50. Is that updating when I do that? Wait, no, I want. No, it's not. I apologize for the technical difficulties. This was not planned. There's certainly a chat now. It's okay, technical only happen to the best of us. Exactly. Why is it not updating the size? Because it's way too big right now. Way too big. What if I delete this and then add a new one? Let me put on some music while I deal with this. Can you type something? Can you type a really long message for me real quick? Just like a really long message. Like just a line of just like a letter. Just anything. Okay, that goes all the way over there. No, I want it to be a new line. Let me set it to like a extremely high thingy. Okay, that works. Sort of. Let me make it a tiny bit smaller. Stop. No. Oh, I want this. That seems fine. That seems fine now. That seems to work. Okay, back to reading. What do you mean, does it? I can make the background a little. This. No. I want it touch the scale. You can't see what I'm dealing with right now, but it has like a chat thingy on the thing and it's doing like a test thing, but it keeps making new test chat, so I can't adjust the scale because the scale thing. Okay, here we go. I indeed do not see anything. What do you mean you don't see anything? Oh yeah, no, because that's what I just said. That's way too small now. I'm gonna, like, I feel like, no, please let me do it. There we go. This might be the sweet spot. Yep. That's good. That's good. I feel like that's good. There we go. Back to reading. Because I did promise to do this tale first. This one is not an SCP. I'm not counting it on the SCP count, just so we're on the same page. Simon is should I pronounce it Simon or Simon? Because like it does have the funny O. I'm gonna pronounce it Simon. Simon Torres is 5 minutes late. This is by design. Already kind of mysterious. Is it? No, it is an SCP thing, but it's an SCP tale rather than an actual SCP. So, you know, read. Simon Torres is 5 minutes late. This is by design. He is freakishly tall, thin as a branch, and bispect by and bespectacled. What is that word?
Bespectacled.
Bespectacled by a pair of glasses that haven't been in fashion for at least a century. His hair is a half organized mess of graying brunettes that his hair is a half organized mess of graying brunette that matches perfectly with his brown striped suit and red bow tie. His face is a cold mask of calm determination. He carries himself with the dignity and status of someone at least two social positions or He carries himself with the dignity and status of someone at least two social positions more significant than you. That doesn't say a lot, honestly. There's only two things most people need to know about Simone Torres. One, that he's a technocrat billionaire in the making, the CEO of Phoenix Technologies, a power tech giant that's erupted like cancer from the reborn remains of Prometheus Laboratories some few years after the collapse of the vial. Two, that he's likely the worst person you're ever going to meet. This, similarly, is also by design. By design of who? The SCP Foundation? Who knows? We'll maybe find out. He's been a prodigy since he could speak his first words, really. With 2 Nobel Prizes and 8 language fluency certificates. Is that even a thing? He rarely hesitates to show that he's the smartest person in most rooms he enters. Unlike most of his entrepreneurial brethren, he looks down on others not because of their perceived inferiority, but because of his own superiority. A wholly different breed of bigotry to the one practiced by the common 21st century idiot. Top 10 signs you are a common 21st century idiot. That's that's one of the most creative insults I've heard in a long time. You were such a common 21st century idiot. Well, I am the different breed of bigot. Of course, being a bigot is not a good thing. That's also an insult in and of itself. If he'd been born 100 years earlier, he would have been excuse me. If he'd been born 100 years earlier, he would have been into eugenics. But blessed with this socio-technological revelations of his time, the only kind of oppression that Taoist regularly practices is the one imposed on unlucky bystanders by his own ego. Dude, they are just firing off at this guy. They're kicking the shit out of him with words. He checks his watch and smiles. He's sure that by now the whole summit's biting their nails in he checks his watch and smiles. He's sure that by now the whole summit's biting their nails in anticipation of the only invitee who's yet to show up. The only man they physically cannot start the talks without. It's a tactic as old as time, tested by Torres on the corporate battlefield many times over many decades. He's glad it still works when imposed upon the bureaucratic ladder of the Global Occult Coalition. Ooh, that's bad. The Global Occult Coalition. Of course they'd show up. So it's not the SCP. Oh, whoops. I pressed a link. So it's not the SCP Foundation. It's the Global Occult Coalition. The exact opposite of the SCP Foundation. The World Power Health Organization cannot possibly afford to wait. Not when faced with a danger as high as the newest threat, but they are going to wait anyway. All for the man whose scientific assets they so desperately need to save the world's occult hierarchy, and their place directly atop it. Let me skim this real quick. Council of Global Call, motion, bunch of voting, more voting. Conclusion. World Power Health Summit in Geneva. This statement seven no blah, 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 blah. Can I get a summary? Okay, look, it's a threat to them apparently. So who cares? Danger is highest than news threat. So that's about, I feel like that's more than enough to tell us why that this is important. Danger as highest than newest threat. Like, they've dealt with anomalies and stuff, a lot of them, so this is something dangerous. That's all we need to know. I hope. Still, 10 minutes is as far as he'll go. Anything after that stops building intimidation and only contributes towards annoyance. Still, 10 minutes is as far as he'll go. Anything after that stops building intimidation and only contributes towards annoyment. Yeah, that's how you say it. Faced with no other choice, Torres shows the guards the card that signifies he's been checked for the virus and declared healthy. Okay, so it's some sort of virus. Opens the doors and enters through, ready to join the World Power Health Summit, the most significant event the world has witnessed in over a decade. So I'm guessing some sort of virus is taking place, and that's why, they're in a World Power Health Summit, because they need to discuss health. The first thing he notices is the cameras. The paparazzi flash their lights as he enters through broadcasting his appearance for the whole world to witness. He lets them bask in his presence. He enjoys this. For a few seconds, their attention lay solely on the man who's finally arrived. A sign their audiences need to start paying attention. Still, they keep the distance. Seated in a lounge above the whole meeting, all they can do is simply look as the real players decide what step the world will take next. Beneath those press balconies, the gigantic rooms divided into two clear sections, two semicircular audiences of blue chairs that face each other. The first one hosts a gathering of the Global Occult Correlations Council of 108, seated alongside the leader, Under Secretary General Jacobo Alfine. What a title! He sits at the very bottom of the assembly, clearly drawing the attention of any observer. Even without the play card placed before her that informs everybody of her name and status, it is clear that she's the real deal here. The long, rune-covered staff she holds only serves to reinforce that image. Opposing the coalition sits the real reason this summit is even necessary. The delegates of every single Paris scientific organization that truly matters in this day and age. The upper crust of progression all in a single room. Eyeing the gathered, tourists can notice representatives from all around the globe. There's Harry Yoshida and Hisashi Kuno of JOICL. Excuse the pronunciation of those names. Both old fools in a world that is no longer theirs. Daniel Sokolsky and Bralove, Andrea Maslov and Jay Everwood of Vanguard, all pioneers of a new era in spite of their age. Again, excuse the pronunciation. I'm going to pronounce a lot of names incorrectly. Um, General Thomas Bowie of the Pentagram, a jaded relic of ways long since forgotten, and many, many more he cannot quite recognize from the faces of their faces alone. What a weird sentence. But yeah, we saw the Global Occult Council's 108 in this document. They were voting for something. Who knows? And they're all waiting for him. The final piece they need for their scheme. Well, not scheme. Scheme. For their scheme. He almost smiles, but makes sure to note down the relief he sees on their faces around him the second he walks through the doors. Nodding a quiet greeting to the nearby Shimtree Howev, the Mana Charitable Foundation's secretary in Europe, Torres takes his seat. It doesn't take him long to realize that he is directly facing the Undersecretary General. He enjoys this. It's only appropriate, he thinks. All he needs is a single flash in her eyes, a sign of recognition that Torres is finally here, to know she's aware of his delayed attendance. This guy is sick. I hate this guy already. Also, speaking of Mana Charitable Foundation, where is the SCP Foundation doing all this? I know they aren't involved in everything, but if this is like a virus threatening the world, I feel like they should maybe like make an appearance. Just maybe. Also, just realized I have a mosquito bite on my arm. But like, yeah, I get it. They don't want to go public, but if the world is being threatened and the Global Occult Coalition is going public, like, it's only a matter of time before they go, oh yeah, by the way, the SCP Foundation, that's a thing that exists too. Like, knowing the Global Occult Coalition, they will not strain from just revealing the existence of the SCP Foundation. They've done it before in other tales and other stories. Like that time the entirety of North Korea just kind of got relocated into the ocean. That's a whole other story, but you get the idea. Alphine stands up. Honorable delegates, she begins, hitting the ground twice with her staff. The whole room falls silent. We will now begin. Quiet whispers run throughout the hall, but all eyes remain focused solely on the Undersecretary General. She thumps her staff again. This time, the lights fall down and a holographic map appears on the wall behind her. It's a display of the whole world. It's a display of the whole world alongside relevant off-world colonies. Okay. Through its borders are coalition blue. Though its borders are coalition blue, inside several countries and territories, tourists can see red dots of varying sizes. Among all of them, the United States bear the most scarlet. It doesn't take a genius to realize this is the global infection map of the Washington Viron. Okay, so now we have a name for the virus, and we do in fact know that this is a world-threatening virus. To some extent. What exactly it does is a matter we might find out, might not find out. But we know there's a virus. It's all over the world, and it's a big deal. So that's more than enough information for us to understand what's going on. I say this only for the sake of posterity. I say this only for the sake of posterity. You were all gathered here because the occult legacy of this planet is currently at stake. The coalition does not bear the might of wisdom necessary to save it alone. She pauses, eyeing the attendees gathered before her. She places her second hand on the staff, then points it directly at the map. What you're looking at is the situation as of today. Though we were able to quarantine the USA, it would be foolish to call it a solution. It's merely a half measure, one aimed at preventing further spread of the virus. The matter of those trapped inside the country and those few suffering outside it still remains. The map changes to a display of various graphs and tables of parahealth data. It is almost as if Alfine is dictating the plan of how this will go and not pure data, Torres remarks. The Foundation is blind a little. The Foundation is anything but blind. They just choose to abstain. The map changes to a display of various graphs and tables of... oh yeah, we read this. I read this. So far, we have been unable to find a cure for the virus, let alone a vaccine. Nothing we try is actually working. She pauses again. We can isolate those afflicted and halt the expansion as much as we want, but the fact of the matter is that for as long as we remain without a remedy, we are as good as useless. Until then, all we can do is wait. All of that is to say, we need as much time as we can possibly get. Also, this is just a tiny remark, but they forgot to add a end quotation mark here. Not a big deal, but just thought I'd point that out. She pauses. Her eyes are cold with... All of this is to say, we need as much time as we can possibly get. She pauses. Her eyes are cold with determination. She means everything she says. To facilitate that, we suggest the following. The declaration of procedure pizzicato worldwide until we can eliminate every single last case of KTE-9817. The declaration of procedure peace worldwide. Staff falls again, and the staff falls again, and the lights come back up. This is our proposal. The SCP Foundation, when they come up with a new SCP-001, be like, this is our proposal. The room immediately explodes into discord. No wonder. To even put forward the deployment of these Kato is insane, even for someone like Torres. It isn't just any regular procedure. It's the Coalition's nuclear solution. A war against anything and anyone that dares stand in the Coalition's way until the threat is dealt with. A total suspension of basic human rights for the duration of the emergency. Global martial law with Alfine as its temporary dictator. So, basically SCP-5000, but the Global Occult Coalition do it instead. And the goal is sort of to help humanity rather than destroy it, but doesn't sound like... sounds like it's self-contradictory. Again, where's the SCP Foundation? I'm sure they'd love to hear this news and use it as an excuse to go to war against the Global Occult Coalition and completely obliterate them. I mean, they've been waiting for that excuse for a long time, I feel like. Also, I'm just gonna pour myself a glass of water. Like, I'm not saying the Foundation is absolutely set on destroying the Global Occult Coalition. They they have worked together a few times. Like, they are in a complicated relationship, to say the least. But, like, if the foundation, like, if the global occult coalition suddenly decided, hey, let's take over the world, the foundation would not hesitate. I feel like the foundation wouldn't hesitate to come out and just go to war to them. Maybe not absolutely destroy them. Again, they're both big organizations with a lot of resources, so I feel like the war would go on for a while, at least. Anyway, the whole history of the coalition, procedure Piscato has only ever existed on paper. Even during the impasse all those years ago, the GOC remained flagrant. The GOC remained flagrant followers of their fivefold mission up until the very end. But times have changed, and so has the coalition. In this new world, they can no longer take any chances. It's either kill or be killed. The virus isn't open to negotiation. The virus isn't open to negotiations, and neither is the coalition's place atop the occult world. Impasse. Oh, this one. Oh, no. I was like, oh, what is this one? And then I see an SCP pop up, and I'm like, oh, you know, uh, I won't read that because that's an SCP. I'll read it later when I get to it. And then I see the number. This is maybe one of the longest SCPs in existence. I know it doesn't look like much, but this is because it's just the start of the SCP. It has it has just over 95,000 words in it. That's over 190 pages worth of text. So I'm not, you know, that's what I'm happily putting off until we get to it. Like, sure, I'm looking forward to it, but damn, is it gonna be a long stream when I get to it. Impasse, although the virus isn't open to negotiation, and neither is the coalition's place atop the Coldwell. Torres is almost impressed Alphine actually put it forward. He didn't expect her to have it in her. Something doesn't add up. The coalition isn't operating under its baseline modus operandi. The speaker to humans of the Silicon Near is the first one to talk. To clarify, the vaguely humanoid mess of gears and cables stand up. Its voice broadcast clearly through the room, forcing everyone else to fall silent. We are the ones that suggested the deployment of the procedure. We are more than aware of what it implies. It pauses. The screen behind it flickers once more, this time revealing further circular graphs. But our proposal was born out of objective data, not our own subjective agendas. In the vast majority of our simulated futures, the whole world, so you admit a chance still exists, says Nam Dong-yun. I hope that's how you pronounce it. The CEO of Oniroy Incorporated. Something Incorporated. Oniroy Incorporated. I hope that's how you pronounce it. Again, some hard names. Torres is almost surprised a corporate coward like Dong-yun had the courage to speak up. Nam corrects his glasses and points directly at the speaker. How dare you even suggest peace, Kato, when you know the world can survive without it? The speaker quickly nods in recognition of the point, almost too quickly for a machine, Torres thinks. Yes, a chance exists, naturally, but it is so slim that it could just as well be a measurement error. It is a possibility, but one that exists as little less than the scene's equivalent of dirty lenses. It would be unwise to trust its existence. I believe that the phrase is missing the forest for the trees. It asks no one in particular. What are we so desperately trying to say is that what we are so desperately trying to say is that we need more time. Together we can find a solution of excuse me, I have to correct myself. I said this as if this was leading up to this, but it is referencing that it says, I believe the phrase is missing the forest for the trees. It asks no one in particular. So just correcting myself there. What are we so desperately trying to say is that we need more time. Together we can find a solution of that the no near are certain, but we cannot do it in this instant. We must find a way to delay the deadline to keep as much of the virus inside the USA as possible, and unless JOICL decides to cooperate, procedure pizzicato is the best we have got. All eyes turn from the speaker towards the delegates of JOICL. Even Taurus, though hesitantly, accepts his need to pay them attention. Haru Yoshida and Hasashi Kuno don't even flinch. Instead, the two scientists point with their heads at the representative of Pentagram. General Thomas Bowie gives his collaborators a heavy look, but recognizes the play. He clears his throat and stands up, putting both his hands behind his faded military uniform. He somehow has to maintain the illusion of power he so enjoys. It would be against the interest of the United States to reveal the details of its clandestine military assets. Seems completely unrelated, but okay. His tone is rough but firm, as is his posture. As advisor to President Crenshaw, we have decided that shedding light on Project Scarlet Dawn would be equivalent to betraying the safety of the American people for the sake of foreign interests. Olivia, okay, by the way, classic. 95k. It might take around 6. Yes, I know. Olivia Guinness, the head. But yeah, classic American actions here. Just they don't care about saving the rest of the world, even if they can. Like, they only care about America. If America falls, then who cares about the rest of the world, even if we can save it. America! Olivia Guinness, the head archivist of the Sit-Heel Lounge, practically erupts from her seat, and withholding vital information wouldn't. She shouts out, pointing her wrinkled finger at the old general. There's genuine fury in her eyes. Torres is almost surprised to see Gwyneth, out of all people, backing up Alfine's militaristic approach. It's unusual of her. Have you lost your mind, you know? The whole world will Bowie regards her with tired irritation. Our decision is final. Fuck you! Excuse the swear word, but sometimes I have to let one out. Just to express how real messed up that decision is. For a moment, Gwyneth looks back at her council brethren, seeking support in anyone. But even the old Senia Duford, Arch Director of ICSUT and closet ally of Gwyneth, does nothing but sigh. There's no debating the United States. A message the United Nations have long since learned. So we find ourselves at an impasse, the speaker continues, very clearly articulating the lowercase I in spite of its monotonous voice. Again, the lowercase I in spite of it. Oh, what? Okay. J. Everwood is the one to speak this time around. Tourist is almost curious to hear what they've got to say. If anyone at Vanguard ever was the right person for this job, it's definitely Everwood. It's the consensus opinion of Vanguard that protecting the American people is of paramount importance, they say. A quiet murmur of agreement goes round the hall. Andrea Maslov, seated behind Everwood, nods in approval. With all that being said, we would like to join our forerunners in agreeing that pizzicato is drastic overkill. This isn't just some war you can win. Alternative methods should. Alfine crosses her legs. To clarify, we have considered alternate. Why can I suddenly not pronounce that word? To clarify, we have considered alternative options, but they will never actually be enough. Pizzicato, that word will forever be annoying to me. Pizzicato might have been conceived with military scenarios in mind, but its founding principles still apply here. She practically hammers each word out. Everwood rolls their eyes. Yes, Undersecretary General, I am more than aware, but my point still stands. You're not fixing the issue, you're giving yourself the power to kill its symptoms. I cannot in good faith ever agree to that. In case it wasn't obvious, Pizzicato would allow us to not only bypass the American bureaucracy to deliver help more efficiently, it would also make for an actual and proper quarantine possible. That feels like a weird sentence again. Without it, we cannot guarantee our border to be impenetrable, Alfine replies. Before Bowie can stand up again, prompted by the mention of ignoring his own hierarchy, Daniel Sokolsky of Vanguard snaps his fingers. Though the director of the Emergent Tactical Threat Response Authority is as bald as he's ever been, his characteristic grin is now gone. Still, Torres can practically see the gears in his head turning. Pizzicato would elevate you to a totalitarian status. Nobody in America would be able to stand against your decisions. His words aren't a question. Or fine not. Yes, naturally. So you're saying that without any outside supervision to hold you accountable, you'd be able to claim whole cities, claim their policies, claim their banks, claim their healthcare, claim their facilities, claim our facilities, he says, squinting his eyes at the Undersecretary General. If Torres hadn't known him for situations if Torres hadn't known him from situations prior, he would have never picked up on the subtle note of genuine anger in Sokolsky's voice. He very much does not like not being bound by a game he couldn't win. He very much does not like not being bound by a game he couldn't win. Again, weird sentence, but okay. Or at the very least, a game he couldn't win as easily. I have to go. I'll try come back later. Okay, see ya. All fine size. Yes, director. That is what I'm saying. But Vanguard should not remain. This isn't about Vanguard. It's about you reaching straight for the nuclear option. Tell me, what could ever stop you from exploiting the entire continent if you so desired after you activate Peace Kato? Of fine size. Nothing, director. However, I rest my case. On fine size. Nothing, director. However, then I rest my case. So Holsky sits back down. Seems like it's just a bunch of selfish people in a room together, all arguing over who should be in power, when the main concern should instead be the world's health. Like, there's a world-destroying virus on the loose, and your concern is who gets to be in power? It's way too real. A spark of realization flashes inside the eyes of Akari Nakamura, CFO of Too High Heavy Industries. She's a sturdy fellow. Torres is glad to see her on the side of relative reason. That's a good point, actually. What about the banks? What about the economy in general? How could you ever hope to actually maintain world trade with one of the biggest players out there quarantined? Even the last few months are profits before she can hope to finish. Robert Carter stands up. He is barely containing a smirk, as is Skidder Marshall, sitting legs crossed right next to Carter. They have long since prepared for this question, Torres sees. It is clear they have both been awaiting this moment in utmost anticipation, so much so, in fact, that Skidder doesn't even look like a total moron, and Carter actually waits for his turn to speak. Torres is less than happy he has to actually endure their idiocy here, but he's at least glad they haven't been totally let off the leash this time around, judging from the context of the conversation. Still, the lack of Iris stock anywhere near the two trillionaires worries Torres. He mentally takes a note to consider it later. All of that is already taken care of, Madame Moisella, Skidder says, in the tone of a child that's happy he's gotten his dessert. He's as insufferable as ever. He points with his cane, its head ending with the classic martial hellhound insignia, towards Carter. Ah, Torres thinks. So that's why they even bothered with those two in the first place. I'm just gonna add that, why is money even a concern? Again, there's a world-ending threat out there. If the world ends, there's not gonna be an economy. Like, sure, you're gonna shut down the US, the economy is gonna go to shit. But if you don't shut it down and the virus gets out, everything is gonna go to shit, including the economy. That doesn't seem like a choice. Carter clears his throat. As outlined in the documents you have all been sent, the Carter Courier Channel would maintain a steady flow of resources in and out of the United States as directly approved by the Undersecretary General. Not only would we ensure the total virological safety of all parties involved, a system would also sterilize the transport of materials, actively and objectively improving. While Fine waves her hand. She's just as tired of listening to them as Taurus is. Clearly not the first time she's heard this song. Yes, we get it. You can save a detailed explanation for later, preferably for the emails, she adds, before Skitter can put his own 50 cents into the discussion. She eyes all of the gathered once more. There's genuine wariness in the gesture. Before anyone else asks, we have already taken care of details such as this. The quarantined United States would remain an active player on the international field. The only difference would be its citizens. The third Vanguard representative stands up. Yeah, the only difference, huh? And Barlowy says, crossing her arms. The red-headed alchemist narrows her eyes, meeting the steady gaze of Alfine with something almost akin to a challenge. How could you even say that, General? Out of everybody gathered, you should know that. You should gather. You should know what the threat of losing your magic actually means. How can you sentence 500 million people to a fate worse than death? How death? Could you even imagine what losing who you are would mean to those people? She shakes her head. Could you even imagine if the whole world died to a virus? I hate to say it, but I'm on the side of the people recommending a complete dictatorship of the US. To the surprise of her fellow council members, she shakes her head. To the surprise of her fellow council members, how dare she question the coalition's unified opinion, huh? Signierdofoot sighs again. My obvious bias aside, it is hard to ignore the truth. Miss Barlow brings to our table. She looks at Barlow, and for a split second there is a shared understanding between the two historically divided clans of alchemists and thaumaturgists. They are both scared. So that's what this give me a moment.
Discrepancy.
Discrepancy. That's how you spell discrepancy? So that's what this discrepancy is about. What we're proposing is caging a whole nation with a feral animal. What we're proposing is caging a whole nation with a feral animal. One we can't even hope to postpone. To hell with damage to hell with This is why I need so much water. Keep getting a dry throat and then I can't read at all. To hell with damage to the infrastructure. How can I mispronounce that so badly? To hell with damage to the infrastructure that risking American. To hell with damage to the infrastructure that risking American magic would actually mean. What? That is. That sentence is just awful. That sentence is actually awful. There's over 15 million fur me. There's over 15 million firmically gifted people in that country. For God's sake, we aren't counting them in our plans. We aren't counting what thousands will inevitably lose. What thousands will inevitably lose if we just let the virus fester inside America until we find a cure. So what else do you propose, Director? Olivia Serrano, Director General of the World Health Organization, spits out, almost as if he'd had it already memorized. He corrects his glasses, trying his very best not to show the bags under his eyes for the whole world to see. Though small in posture, his words thunder through the microphone. This is the option that concerns itself with the people. Any other solution would mean risking everybody else on the planet Earth and well beyond. He rubs his temples. When he speaks again, his tone is far calmer than before. I don't say this to take a cheap shot at you. I'm being fully genuine. What else do you propose we do? What else can you even think of that would concern itself more with the people's safety than declaring pizzicato? Dufort throws her hand in the air. Christ, Oliver, I don't know. But there's got to be a better solution. There, her words slowly fade away as the eyes of the remaining attendees. Nobody speaks up to support her. Nobody except Baloi. She rolls her eyes. Come on, it's a ridiculous excuse for your incompetent. Serrano returns to Fort's gaze, ignoring Baloi. I truly wish there was, Senior. I truly do. He turns to face the rest of the council and says in a firm voice, but the truth is that only with pizzicato can our personnel effectively quarantine affected areas, ensuring a steady flow of required resources for the people to. For a split second, Simon's attention fades out. He immediately realizes something. He realizes something. He eyes Serrano, then Alfine, then the speaker. He almost smirks when he notices it. This is all a setup. Yeah, I mean, from the start we were let know that this is by design, multiple times. This is all a setup. Of course it is. Of course it is. This is why Iris Stark isn't here. She too realized that the coalition is going to win no matter which way the summit goes. This is all just a smile, a play, a plot for the malcontents to speak their truths and promptly be forced to realize that their views align with that of the coalition. Washington is going to fall into the hands of Alfine no matter what words are spoken today. He looks back at the Undersecretary General and almost applauds her move. Still, he cannot possibly let this slide. Now that he knows the game, he can actually win. 1 year, he suddenly speaks out in a calm and determined voice. The entire room immediately falls silent and all eyes are on him. John's face. Soon returns. Okay. Yep. Like, the entire room for. That's where I got to. Alfine raises an eyebrow. Mr. Torres, with your resources, the teams of everyone gathered here combined would need 1 year to develop a cure, he says, but he doesn't truly believe it. It's a gambit, one he desperately needs them to believe if he is to come out victorious. But they would need someone to lead them, someone to guide the research forward in the most efficient way. Cyrano scoffs. And that should be, of course, you. Is and that should be, of course, you. Is what you're trying to say. Torres regards him not with irritation. No, Cyrano isn't worth his anger. It's a look that makes the director know he is nobody to Simone. It's a look that makes the director know he is nobody to Simone. Less than nothing. Yes, director, that is what I'm saying. Would you care to argue somebody else for the position? Yeah. The little director furrows his brows. We haven't even proposed a joint research team, and you're already. It's hard to argue with Mr. Torres, Alfine suddenly adds. She looks at Simone. That truly does seem to be the most reasonable way to go about this. Independent research from all parties would only mean a longer time before we can get our hands on independent research from all parties would only mean a longer time before we can get our hands on the cure. Simone nods in appreciation. All that being said, I would like to join Vanguard and others in saying that procedure pizzicato would be an overkill. Something almost like surprised anger flashes across Alfine's eyes. Before it can make itself manifest, Simone continues. To put the whole globe under martial law would be a drastic overreach. However, to isolate the procedure only to America, a quiet murmur of agreement goes through the room. It would allow for efficient operation without endangering the safety and liberty of the remaining countries. We can eat our cake and have it too. Alfine skews her head, raises her eyebrows, and considers for a moment. We haven't considered that possibility. It would be a reasonable consensus. That's not how you say the word. It would be a reasonable consensus, I think. She looks directly into Torres' eyes. He knows she's trying to see if he knows what her plan is. Does anyone have any objections? Bowie recognizes his moment and stands back up. We can agree to that if you uphold your third mission. Pentagram can tolerate your control inside our borders, but we need to ensure the safety of the American people. You can't bomb our cities even if it means wiping the virus out. Torres sees Bowie doesn't mean it. Torres sees Bowie doesn't mean it. He's just playing for leverage. Nevertheless, he continues, activate pizzicato and override our bureaucracy, but withhold determination triage. We will not activate an over, but will hold the termination triage. We will not agree to any other consensus. Alphine's too tired to debate the general here and now. If need be, she will win with him later. I will allow it. However, she says before Bowie can cut in, if you ever intentionally sabotage our work again like you already have by not declassifying research of if a cure is by not declassifying research or if a cure is not found within the designated period, we will not hold back. Is that clear? Bowie skews his head, his face almost twisted in resentment. Crystal. The rest of the hall remained silent. Fantastic. Similarly, does anyone else have any objections against the coalition forming a joint research group from the personnel of those gathered in hopes of developing a cure for KTE-9871, as led by Simone Torres of Phoenix Technologies? Nobody says anything either. She turns to look at Simon. He smirks. Well then, I believe that is settled. He nods. A year, Mr. Torres, she confronts him. A year, Undersecretary General, he retorts, as calmly as ever. A year and not a day longer. She nods. Until then, a limited pizzicato in America stands. She pauses. Anyone against? For a third time, nobody answers. The hall is almost empty when Torres approaches Alfine. It is already dark. Somewhere in the back, the last attendees are packing up and leaving, but for the most part, the meeting is long since over. The lights above are already beginning to fade. It is already dark somewhere in the back. Yeah. Lights. As long as yeah. Well played. Well played, he says, putting his hands behind his back. Well played indeed. For a short moment, Alfine considers playing ignorant. Instead, she just smiles faintly. You too, Torres. Not too bad for someone under a century. Not bad for someone under a century. Huh. He smirks. Does it never get old? Being worried, I mean? He adds before she can act on her confusion. Surely this isn't the first crisis to actually threaten you, General. Do you never get tired of worrying? You get used to it sometime after your years grow to triple digits. Besides, she says, waving her hand, come on now. You cannot actually believe I would ever be threatened by something like this, can you? He nods, recognizing the point. True that. For a few seconds they just stand there, neither party really saying anything. It's ironic, isn't it? He states more than asks. Crenshaw brewed this whole mess up thinking it would protect his country from growing foreign interest, and now this is what he'll have to deal with. He turns towards the rest of the hall. Alfine doesn't question how he got his hands on that information. Hey, Karma's known to be a bitch. They both laugh a quiet laugh. When Alfine turns to face Torres again, there is something almost like sadness in the gesture. For what little it's worth, she says, her tone almost a whisper. I really am sorry. Extinguishing the flame of your predecessor. Extinguishing the flame of your predecessor is one of the few things I truly regret all those years later. Even you can't know the fate. Even you can't know fate, General. You're lucky I'm no longer young. I loved my grandfather too much to ever forgive you shutting Prometheus down when I was still a kid. Even you can't know fate, General. You're lucky I'm no longer young. I loved my grandfather too much to forgive when I was still a kid. He smiles, remembering days long since past. But that's in the past now. Besides, if you didn't hammer that train down, I would never be standing here, leading the ashes of what little remains. They pause. They pause again. You know, a lifetime ago, I would have killed for an ally like you, she says. If you ever decide you want to expand your domain into politics, I'm sure a seat on the council would. We could, he almost laughs. General, I don't feel like you understand. There is no we here. A sudden cold realization dawns on Alphine's face. There is you, the foreign invader, the one the people will blame for every mistake. And then there is me, the one who will bring them the cure. He looks directly into her eyes. The one who will save the world alone. Why is it titled? I still don't get why is it titled 8,000 Dead Rats? 8,000 Dead Rats. No mention of the SCP Foundation even once. I kind of appreciate that, I guess. It's kind of cool that they weren't really mentioned, but you know. Anyway, time for web hours. How long did that take me? It took an hour and 20 minutes. I will go to the toilet now, but I will be back. I'm back. I'm back. Okay, so we have 4 parts. Yay! 4 parts to get through. Damn, we stream with the little one chat message. Anyway, part 1, the children. By order of the Overseer Council, the following file By order of the Overseer Council, the following file is level 5/001 classified. Any attempts to access this file without level 5/001 authorization will be logged and the personnel responsible terminated. 001. Input level 5 primary security credentials. Command/user/0513 underscore 6110298 dash sins of dash sins of the father, sins of the son dash 3561840. Authorization granted. Primary medical agents disengage. Good evening. 05-13. Warning. Parts of this file have been locked. Additional level 5 clearance required to unlock. Object designation. Item 001. Containment class. Fermial. Containment status. Active dash stable. Containment status. Active dash stable. Containment procedures. Item 001 is currently contained in San Marco, Mexico, beneath the previous site of the San Marcos de la Vida Eterna Church. Original containment procedures have proven sufficient to contain item 001. The area of the containment is currently designated. The area of containment is currently designated a high-security military waste disposal site, and Mexican law disallows individuals from coming within 10 kilometers of the site. Automated closed-circuit surveillance drones are to maintain the perimeter around Item 001's containment site and have been designed to kill on site. Okay. San Marcos de la Vida Eterna Church in San Marco, Mexico. Image dated the 27th of July 1903. 05 Memorandum 001-Alpha. Wait, it was beneath the church, yeah. Memorandum 05 Memorandum 001-Alpha. The containment of information regarding SCP-001, formerly Item 001, is to be considered a high containment of information regarding SCP-001, formerly Item 001, is to be considered a highest priority. Not the highest priority, a highest priority. I have allowed clearance in the database for the creation of a number of false objects in the slot. If anybody gets that far, that should be enough to satiate them. I pulled out some of the original -EXs to hold the spot until we can find something better. Expunge everything you find, get rid of any leaks, drown it all in as many killer agents as you feel is necessary. You have more than enough clearance to do so. 05-2. Object description. Item 001 is the group designation for 9 human beings ages 4 to 11 who gained anomalous properties as a result of Project 001. Twins of God. See Project's Proposal 001 for more information. Due to improper use of Item 001, resulting in the death of a high-ranking staff member, termination was necessitated. As a result, Item 001 was put into its current containment. All 9 instances of Item 001 are functionally brain dead, but continue to display signs of life despite the nature of their containment. Containment beneath them? Okay, so I guess they have some sort of containment site beneath this church. Where this church was once. But continue to display signs of life despite the nature of their containment. So they're still alive, but only sort of. Item 001 instances emit massive amounts of gamma radiation, often in excess of blank gamma joules, I guess. Does that stand for gamma joules? What does gamma joules mean? Well, I don't know if it's gamma joules, but I'm guessing. Oh, gigajoule, of course. Blank gigajoules in distinct patterns. When separated, these patterns appear random. However, certain characteristics become evident when the instances are brought together, and as such, each instance is contained roughly blank from any other instance of item 001. Additionally, item 001 are noticeably radioluminescent. Okay. Additionally, item 001 are noticeably radioluminescent. Video observations of item 001 instances is impossible when instances are active, as video recordings experience decay of footage when instances are on screen. Instances of item 0 is possible. Item 001 instances are capable when within a range of no greater than 20 meters from any other instances of item. Item 001 instances are capable when within a range of no greater than 20 meters from any other instances of item 001 of long-distance termination of objects, places, or individuals. Additional information regarding this property is detailed later in this file. By order of the Overseer Council, item 001 has been classified as fermial entity. Has been classified as a fermial entity. Yeah, no, I get that. Because, it can be used to contain or neutralize other SCPs. Warning, additional information regarding item 001 is locked and currently subject to level 5 classification. Mimetic kill agents are in place to prevent this Is that decimation?
Dissemination.
Dissemination of Mimetic kill agents are in place to prevent dissemination of information regarding Item 001. Non-overseer individuals without Class 5 mimetic resistance conditioning are susceptible to termination as a result of the kill agent. You have been warned, and this will be your last warning. Project Proposal 001 locked. Okay, let's see. Doesn't seem so bad. Mimetic kill agent neutralized. Oh wait, there's something here. 1485992-13 men on a dead man ship -4910581. Project Proposal Twins of God. Research Team Omega 5. Project date the 13th February? I'm not good with months. 13th second month. 13th of the second month, 1922. Proposal statement. To create an anomalous entity bound by the necessary forces to the command of the Foundation Central Command Administrator capable of destroying launch. To create an anomalous entity bound by the necessary forces to the command of the Foundation Central Command Administrator capable of destroying long-range hostile anomalous threats to the Foundation and global security. Movie. And this project somehow went wrong. Who would have guessed? Research team lead Dr. Blank, PhD 05-1. Assistant leads blank 052 055. Not 055, 05-3. Requested resources: access and use of item blank, subatomic pumping system, access and use of item blank, Harkins gateway, access and use of item blank, multiple injections. Materials necessary to construct a necessary containment and testing facility. No fewer than 50 adult humans D-class for testing purposes. Project details. Using information gained from recent testing of item blank, an opportunity has arisen previously unavailable to the Foundation. The ability to, over large distances, alter the quantum makeup of objects in such a way to render the target functionally non-existent. To this end, it is now considered possible with the use of item blank to transfer these properties to a human subject, which should allow for greater control of the effect. To meet the desired goal of this project, item blank, and item blank have been removed from Foundation records, and their containment will take place solely at the primary testing facility. Under the guise of a military waste disposal site for the United States government, a site will be constructed in northern Mexico, away from civilian populations, in order to safely test these theories. Given the potentially volatile nature of the project, utmost care will be implemented to provide a number of fail-safes in the event of catastrophic breach of containment. These fail-safes are listed below. Given the success of the project, the control over the entity tentatively designated item 001 is to be handed off to the administrator of the Foundation for use against the hostile anomalous organization classified as GOI 003, Kingdom of Abandon. A number of mind kill agents will be placed within the item, and access to these agents will be given to the administrator alone to act as a failsafe in order to keep the item out of the hands of opposition forces. Opposition forces? Don't you mean opposing? Like, this is not opposing. This
Opposition.
opposition. Yeah, opposition forces. Mimetic kill agent neutralized. Fail-safe containment procedures. Alpha. In the event of a catastrophic breach of containment, mind kill agents placed within item 001 are to be activated, terminating the entity. Each of these agents have been given a different priority level and should be used in order. Has been given a different priority level and should be used in order. They are as follows: Berkeley agent, reduction of motor functions. Anesthesia agent, reduction of anomalous capabilities, development ongoing. Nesbit agent, reduction of mental faculties. Orion agent, full chemical dissolution of upper nervous system. Well. Beta. In the event of a failure of Procedure Alpha, security personnel are to engage and terminate Item 001. Capture is unlikely and unadvised. Personnel are advised to maintain a safe working distance from Item 001 and wear the necessary Foundation-approved anti-rad protection gear. Long-range ballistic fire is also advised, as to not immediately attract the attention of Item 001. Hold on, Orion. I feel like I recognize that. 2 sec. Yeah. Orion no, there was nothing called Orion here. Maybe it was in the tail. I read something was called Orion. I don't remember. I feel like I remember something called Orion. Anyway, going on. Delta. In the event of a failure of Procedure Beta, Foundation-controlled long-range ballistic weapons are to be activated and used directly on Item 001. A perimeter will be established roughly 10 kilometers from the research facility, and no fewer than 10 heavy shell bombardment cannons are to be placed along the perimeter and utilized during the Delta procedure. Epsilon. In the event of a failure of Procedure Delta, an on-site explosive device is to be activated. The Foundation administrator will oversee follow-up of Procedure Epsilon. So basically, they nuke it. Epsilon is also a word we will see later, but not in this. Maybe in this SCP, but definitely in. If I go back here, we will definitely see it in this one, if I remember quickly. And that's if I remember correctly. It is not sure, like it's not absolutely sure that you'll see. I know it's Apollo class, not Epsilon class, but I feel like there's a mention of Epsilon in it. Anyway, going on. Project approval. Administrator Frederick Williams. Foundation Administrator Frederick Williams. Yep, well, I read the signature before I read that. And 05-1, Project Lead. Imagine that being your signature. Medical agent neutralized. 748359 9 minutes to midnight 1889475. Project Twins of God. Project Twins of God progress report. Research team Omega 5. Project date 04/19/90 04/19/1940. Not 42. Why do I keep trying to read it like that? 04/19/1924. Progress details. Initial containment of the new item 001 entity became immediately problematic as the data not data expunge became immediately problematic as the expunged from record and acute radiation sickness across roughly 35% of active staff personnel, resulting in blank casualties. Adjustment of containment procedures became necessary, and the internal structure of the containment site, now designated Site 001, was reinforced. Personnel chambers were moved back to an off-site location roughly 5 kilometers from the central testing facility. An attack on Foundation research facility in the Sudan by Kingdom of Abandoned Forces increased the drastic need for a long-range defense system and what is this word? It's not expected. Expedited and expedited the timeline for an active item 001. By order of the Foundation Administrator, additional resources were granted to aid in the development of more effective testing protocols. Another primary concern became the containment of the anomaly within a single human subject. In 100% of all test subjects, while the anomalous nature would transfer with little incident, subjects would become immediately paralyzed and suffer from severe cerebral hemorrhaging. The only evidence of the anomaly taking effect was the sudden and random destruction of on-site structures and personnel, theorized to be the result of a loss of control due to deteriorated mental capacities in the subjects. In 100% of all cases, mind kill agents were utilized to terminate the pre-item 001 entity. Additional research conducted by off-site personnel gave light to the possibility of spreading the anomaly over a number of subjects, thus managing the increased mental load of the anomalous properties. After a testing run that left Site 001 at reduced capacity to operate, and with the allowance of D-class personnel transferred off-site to other projects by order of the Foundation Administrator, alternate options for the continuation of the project had to be discussed. After consulting with the Site 17 director, a group of armed agents infiltrated the San Marcos de la Vida Eterna Church in San Marco and collected a number of young human beings for use in testing. Brutal, but not the worst thing the Foundation has done, surprisingly. I mean, young is an understatement. It's a group designated ages 4 to 11. They're children. In San Marco and collected a number of young human beings for use in testing. Class A amnestics were applied to the entirety of the remaining San Marco population, who were then transferred to Site 09 for processing. The town of San Marco then became the new testing sites. 001 and 23 of the healthiest subjects were chosen for research, while the rest were subject to termination. The children? Yeah, Noakia, it mentions here, item 001 is a group designation for 9 human beings ages 4 to 11. So, when they say here, they infiltrated the San Marcos de la Vida Eterna Church in San Marco and collected a number of young human beings for use in testing, they mean children. 20. It's weird. It says 9 in the description, but here it says 23 of the healthiest subjects were chosen for research. So I'm guessing a bunch of them are gonna die. Medical agent neutralized. Current status. The project is prepared to move on to the next phase of testing on the new 001 testing subjects and is awaiting orders from Central Command. The following letter has been sent ahead of this project update and reads as follows. 0403-1924 to Foundation Administrator from Omega 5 Team Leader, Administrator Williams. Due to cuts and withdrawals order from your office, it has become increasingly difficult to maintain the level of progress expected from this project as per your orders. With no communication from Central Command, we assume that our directive has not been altered. A proposal to aid in our project reaching its conclusion will follow shortly. We ask that you please note the changes and reply in kind. Your timely response is appreciated. Blank blank, project lead. Also, hello, Nuakia. Good to see you. 04-15-1924. So a good 12 days later. To Omega 5 Team Leader from Foundation Central Command. Blank. Your orders have not changed. We are in no less danger now than we were at the inception of your project. Unfortunately, we must also face the harsh reality that we are at war, and our resources are stretched thin. We are having a difficult enough time as is maintaining the secrecy that our cause requires, let alone continuing to do research. I will afford to you the benefits that I can, if for no reason other than your project may be all that can protect us from Abaddon now. I have seen your proposal, and while I am obliged ethically to deny the request, I am additionally obliged as the leader of this foundation to approve it. You may take your pick of the citizens, but only adults, and do not tread heavily through the lives of these innocents. God knows enough blood has been shed on our behalf. I do not wish to spill more. Administrator Williams, Foundation Central Command. And do not tread heavily through the line. I feel like maybe something didn't translate through here in Administrator Williams, because 4 to 11 is definitely not adults. Oh, hey, wait, there's been little file names. Project report 001 data locked, and project proposal 001 locked. Okay. We got to here. File GUI free Kingdom of Abandon locked. 4561273 dash Shadows on the Dunes dash 09483990. Group of interest file 001. Designation Kingdom of Abandon. Abaddon? Abaddon? Is there even a pronunciation of that? Or bad on? Yeah, I got it about right. Abaddon. A better on, yeah. Threat level, very high. Activity level, very high. Priority, level 5. Summation. GOI-003 Kingdom of Abaddon is a collection of hostile anomalous humanoids currently located somewhere in the Sahara Desert at a location referred to in their manuscripts as the Citadel of our God King Abaddon. These humanoids appear similar to human beings in a number of ways, but all instances appear to be at least Class 1 reality-bending entities, with higher-ranking individuals reaching Class 3 and Class IV. What is IV again in Roman numerals? It's 5, 4. Is it 4 or 6? May I ask? Do you know if it's 4 or 6? I'm guessing 4, since this is class 3 and then go on, and 4. High-ranking individuals reaching class 3 and class 4 classifications. Due to their anomalous qualities, capture and containment of these instances is impossible, and attempting to do so is often exceedingly dangerous. Initial discovery. GOI-003 was initially observed by French military personnel in 1912 during an investigation of attacks against a small village in northern Liberia. I'm not good at countries. I hope I pronounced that correctly. The military convoy was ambushed, resulting in the deaths of 80% of the contingent. Survivors reported an attack by no more than 6 sorcerers who were capable of flight and resistant to arms fire. These survivors and the superiors who witnessed their account were amnesticized and released. Foundation personnel first encountered GOI-003 during an attempted raid on a broken guard warehouse in southern Egypt when MTF Alpha 4, No Borders, was attacked by a group of anomalous individuals matching the general description given by the French military members. MTF -4 was successful in repelling these forces and managed to capture a lower-ranking individual. After processing and interrogation, the true nature of the Kingdom of Abaddon was realized, and Foundation Central Command began taking steps to protect the Foundation from the anomalous group. Oh wait, that's supposed to be Alpha. MTF Alpha 4. I see. Protect the Foundation from the anomalous group. According to gathered data, the Kingdom of Abaddon was originally a group of reality-bending entities from Arabia who sought to carve out a nation of their own within the inhospitable Sahara. Because of their nature, they were able to adapt the harsh landscape to their needs and use the terrain to keep intruders away. Over time, the numbers grew and new births were brought before the ruler of the kingdom, God King Abaddon, to be changed into additional reality-bending entities. However, due to inbreeding and other genetic malfunctions that plague their society, GOI-003 is particularly fragile and will likely not last on its own as an independent organization for longer than 20 years. Collected data implies that Abaddon is aware of this and is taking steps to assure its future. To this end, a number of foundation facilities in and around the African continent have come under attack by Kingdom of Abaddon aggressors, who have cost the Foundation no fewer than 75 lives thus far, and who have stolen at least 12 different items. Conclusion: because of the danger and difficulty involved when confronting Kingdom of Abaddon aggressors, and because of the lack of information regarding their activities, it is advised that no personnel attempt to engage any group without backup from a heavily armed military contingent. Research into developing methods to combat Abaddon forces is ongoing. Whew. What a mouthful. Just let me just real quick do this. Anyway, more random 001 alpha locked. 710592 the eyes of an unforgiving god -0981478. Date 11/29/24. User Omega-5-1. Subject 001. Oh, this is a short one. We did it then. We managed the impossible. We spat in the face of God and took his throne for our own. It is a glorious new day. 5 was right about spreading the anomaly around a group. Even with all the reinforcement we had made to the previous test subjects, the amount of energy that Blank managed to pump into their bodies was too much. Can't tell you how many D-class we had to clean up off the floor after watching the skill. We had to clean up off the floor after watching the skin melt off their bones and their bones carbonizing and blown away like dust. Dozens, hundreds, I don't know. More than we were expecting and more than the Foundation was willing to allow, even for a project like this. 13 has expressed regret over what we did in San Marco, but 13 is short-sighted, and the administrator is short-sighted. The deaths of a few, even the deaths of many, in order to protect the world from annihilation, it is nothing and less. Those children are gods now, their lives committed to a higher purpose. What life is better than that of omnipotent? What life is better than that of the omnipotent? Testing begins tomorrow. Can you hear it? What is that? An Oppenheimer reference? Whatever, they turned some children into gods despite being told specifically not to. Project Report 001-Delta. Locked. 7585832 do you hear the screaming? 857237. Project Twins of God. Progress report. Research team Omega 5. Project date 01/17. Oh, so it is month, and then so the first month, so it is January the 17th, 2000. Oh no, 1926, I imagine, right? Because the other, 19. So 1926. Progress report. The 9 entities collectively known as Item 001 are currently contained within the fortified bunker of Testing Site 01 while undergoing testing. The entities, while functionally in their purpose, display no higher brain activity. Despite this, the group collectively is capable of processing information and following orders given by individuals allowed within the mimetic control cycle that all instances routinely what? Is that how you spell routinely?
Routinely.
Routinely. Yeah, routinely. That all instances routinely undergo. Is capable of processing information and following orders given by individuals allowed within the mimetic control cycles that all instances routinely undergo. All instances are currently a Class 5 radioactive hazard, and personnel are restricted from coming within 1 kilometer of Item 001 instances without the proper anti-rad protection equipment. The gamma radiation emitted by Item 001 appears to come randomly between individuals, but when brought together resembles patterns made by conscious human beings on EEG machines. Despite the resemblance, these patterns are more sporadic and inconsistent than what is usually observed in such situations. Item 001 are able to collectively channel enormous amounts of energy from a currently unknown extra-dimensional source and use this energy to unbind atoms at a quantum level. This allows the nearly imperceptible annihilation of any object at any distance, so long as the object and location is described in some detail to Item 001. Below are the Item 001 test subjects for July 17th, 1926. Test Series 023. Object Item 001. Research Team Omega 5. Testing goal. Establish an outer limit for Item 001's area of effect. Round 1. Target object steel rod placed 5 kilometers from Item 001. Item 001 instructed by operator Dr. Blank Blank Omega 5 team leader to destroy target object. Result. Target object vaporized shortly after Item 001 received orders to do so. No quantifiable amount of target object remained post-test. Round 5. Oh, skipping a few rounds ahead, I guess. Target object, steel rod, same as last time. Placed 800 kilometers from Item 001. Item 001 instructed by operator Dr. Blank Blank, Omega 5 team leader to destroy target object. Result, target confirmed vaporized shortly after Item 001 received orders to do so. Distance appears to not be a factor. Longer range test planned in next series. The children are operating as designed. I have little doubt that they will serve the purpose when the time comes. They are unwavering, unfeeling, seemingly indestructible, and need only a word before sending death flying across the universe. Truly, this is a weapon built for only the boldest of men. 05-1. Test series 025. So we're 2 series ahead of last now. Object item 001. Research team Omega 5. Testing goal: establish a maximum and minimum size of effect over distance. Round 2. Oh, skipping straight over round 1, I guess. Target object: steel sphere 3 meters in diameter, placed 1,000 kilometers from item 001. Item 001 instructed by operator Dr. Blank Blank, Omega 5 team leader, to destroy target object. Result: target object vaporized as expected. Round 3. Target object: Church of the Broken God worship site in blank Turkey. Seems like a bad idea already. Church of the Broken God is kind of a big deal in the SCP universe. Is 11,500 kilometers from item 001. Item 001 instructed by operator Dr. Blank Blank, Omega 5 team leader, to destroy target object. Result: target vaporizes. No additional damage noted to surrounding area. Witnesses to event were administered a Class A amnestic and released, that's crossed out, and held for additional testing. Test demonstrates that individuals or groups of individuals must be targeted, as targeting a location is not enough to result in their annihilation. Round 7. Target object: male human, age 33, located roughly 11,500 kilometers from item 001. I see where this is going. It was one of the Church of the Broken Gods people. Item 001 instructed by operator Dr. Blank Blank, Omega 5 team leader, to destroy target object. Target vaporizes. Result: target vaporizes. Oh, and that was round 7. So presumably they did this with people like 3, 4, 5, 6, 4, 5, 6, 7, 4 times. Oh, just what? Oh, there's a lot more. There's a lot. Oh, there's a lot more. Collected Foundation correspondences and notices. Locked. 0002481- Vigilia Oculus -4781621. Date 02/01/26. To Omega 5 team leader. From Administrator Williams. I have heard the good news of your success with Project 001 and cannot express to how important this is. We will finally be able to put an end to Abaddon and be able to better protect ourselves in the future. To this end, I am eternally grateful. However, I must admit my concerns about you specifically, 05-1. Your recent letters have been troubling, in spite of your success. I have no doubt that you are the most qualified man to lead the Omega team, but I understand if the stress of the endeavor has taken a toll on you. I know it has with me. Regardless, once this is all over, I'm prepared to promote you to director of the newly constructed Site 19. Site 19 being the biggest Foundation site ever made. In case you weren't aware, it's a very big deal. After you've taken some time to recuperate, of course. We can discuss the details when I see you next month, once we've taken care of Abaddon. Sincerely, Administrator Williams. Date 02/14/1926. To Foundation Central Command. From Omega 5 Team Leader. I am fine, Administrator. The project is finished. We will complete our task when you arrive. 1. Ooh. General notice, all personnel redacted by Overseer order. Issued by Foundation Central Command. Date 03/21 1926. So this is a good month later. Subject Administrator Williams. Foundation Administrator R.D. Williams has been murdered. A general warrant has been released for the capture of his killer and his killer's accomplices. Dr. Blank Blank, Dr. Blank Blank, Dr. Blank Blank, Dr. Blank Blank, and Agent Blank Blank. These individuals are believed to be armed and highly dangerous and may possess a number of dangerous anomalous items. If you have any information regarding the location of these individuals, please report directly to your site director. A transitory council of administrators has been created, consisting of senior staff members from the Omega-5 research team, by order of the late administrator. This council will oversee Foundation operations until such a time as a new governor can be established. So that's how the O5 was created. The O being literally Omega, as in, O, and 5 is right there. It's O5. I don't think it's can be any more obvious than that, unless they literally wrote, they will now be known as the O5 Council. But they also kind of say that this council, yeah. General notice issued by Foundation Central Command. Date 03/22/1926. So that is a day later. Subject: dissolution of GOI-003 investigatory teams. Notice: the following MTF investigatory teams are currently considered inactive and are to report to Site 17 for debriefing. MTF Alpha 1, all the King's Men. MTF Alpha 2, Red Right Hand, that's the O5 Council's personal MTF, in case you didn't know. MTF Alpha 3, Harvard Boys. MTF Alpha 4, No Borders. MTF Alpha 5, Band of Brothers. MTF Alpha 7, Dark Testimony. Mimetic Kill Agent neutralized. Date 11/01/1926. So that's quite a few months later. To Overwatch Command. From Director Harrison, Site 23. Subject: Site 23 Scouting Report. My boys just came back with the reports. I'll send the pictures they took along with this letter, but I still can't believe it. It's all gone. Just desert that goes on for eternity, like they were never even there. I had them check, and you were right, no bodies. There shouldn't be any, should there? Regardless, I don't know what devil you had to make a deal with, but thank you, Harrison. You have not accessed this terminal in 3 minutes. Do you require assistance? Give me a moment. I need to use the restroom. So I'll be back. I'm back. There we go. And I will new audio file. Begin recording. Begin recording. Better to do this now, I think. Better to get it done with. Better to do this now, I think. Better to get it done while I can still remember it all. It's been a long time since I read this file. Longer still since that night in 26. It's been too long since people knew the truth of what we did and what happened to Abaddon and one and the administrator. Hell, if the amnestics have held up, if the amnestics have held up, I might be the only one left. I have no intention of taking it to the grave with me. Not this. One always was charismatic. That much is on record. But that's why the Williams gave him the lead of Omega 5 over 2. Even though 2 had been with the Foundation longer. That's not to say that one wasn't smart. On the contrary, he was one of the more brilliant researchers I had ever worked with, even after all this time. He penned most of the reports for the work that Omega 5 did, even before we were a full-fledged team. Back when we were just a handful of junior researchers out of Site 17. He was eloquent and passionate and driven. He was also always so detached. He loved his work, don't get me wrong, and the research was his greatest desire. But the direction of the Foundation, the stress of containment, he had no love for. He said to me many times that we were underutilizing our assets, that we could provide better containment of anomalies if we weren't so damn afraid of them. Afraid to use some to contain others. He was the original designer of the Fermial classification, of course. Him and the Epsilon 2 research team. I think that's why he was so eager to jump at the chance to do what we were doing with 001. Oh yeah, Epsilon. Epsilon is a team. I see. That's why I could recall seeing Epsilon before. It was or is. I actually don't know if there's still a team in the Foundation universe, like canonically. It was unprecedented. Okay, I can. Sorry about that, but I just have to correct myself there. They both are and aren't, cause everything is canon in the SCP universe. So if one article states that they aren't a team any longer, then they canonically aren't in that specific article. But if another says they still are a team, then they are canonically in that article. It's confusing, I know, but just general rule, everything is canon. It was unprecedented. It was unprecedented, the 001 project. But then so was Abaddon. The logs here don't give the half of it, and the rest has been lost to history. With Abaddon, we were wildly, hilariously outmatched. A group of decently funded scientists and armed guards against a small army of type Greens. And we didn't even see the worst of them. Class 2s and 3s were more than a match for the best we had to offer. and this was nearly a half century before we'd seen the first squint on anchor. Some reports claimed that the ruler was a class 5. If true, then he could have blinked us off the map if he wanted. Abaddon was responsible for the complete destruction of 3 sites in 1922 alone. It wasn't just in sub-Saharan Africa either, although we certainly didn't publicize that. There was kingdom actively as far as north as Gabrat, Gibraltar. Look, I'm sorry about the pronunciation here, but as far as Gibraltar and as far south as Madagascar, they would enter sites, destroy everything, and leave with just a few objects. Shred the records too. And what were we to do? We had only just begun classifying reality benders, let alone combating them. Were they to make it to one of the largest sites in Europe or the Middle East, it would have been a bloodbath. If you're reading this, then you've read the logs about 001. You know what it does, how we built it. The gun to end all guns. A weapon crafted out of human bodies and fire that could annihilate everything. And fire that could annihilate anything. Anywhere. God damn. Give me a moment. A weapon crafted out of human bodies and fire that could annihilate anything, anywhere, at any time. All with just a brief description. What is it with me and skipping words right now? One was fascinated by it. By them. The children. I can still hear them screaming while we put them into the machine and pulled their souls out and replaced it with something else. But it worked, and one was so proud. Then the time came to finish our task. The administrator flew in from Site 17 one of a handful of times. I'd ever seen him in public. As exciting an event as it was, the air was thick with solemnity. I know what the word is. I just don't know how to say it right now. Solemnity. We all knew the gravity of our task, understood that we were sentencing hundreds to death. I think that if we thought there was any other option, we might have shied away from the edge, but while we watched, one approached the glowing children and spoke the activation words. They were glorious in a way, the perfect balance of raw energy and human form. He leaned into them and spoke the name of Abaddon's citadel, and then they burst with a light and it was over. We had no way of knowing whether or not it worked, other than what we had seen in other tests. And yet, it felt finished. There was a feeling, like a collective breath, and it had been released. Then Williams disappeared, his clothes and protective gear falling to the ground in a heap, and as gunfire filled the testing chamber with smoke, we saw one sprinting towards an emergency exit and 001 glowing again. After this, it was all a rush, a quiet ride back towards our bunker as MTF teams rushed in to contain 001. A quick debriefing with other command officials, questioning searches, it all blends together. One was gone, of course. They didn't find him, and they never did. He wasn't the only one who left. 4 other members of our team alone went with him. A number of other junior staff members, and then about half of the senior staff at Site 15 defected. All disappeared without a trace. Items too, right out of their cells. They discovered later that it was a long time in the making, and one had helped foster the 001 project just to meet this end. We buried the children deep beneath San Marco, covered them in about 15 meters of concrete. They didn't say a word when we put them into lead bags, not that it would help. They didn't say anything when we separated them, and they didn't say anything when we closed the tomb on top of them. I doubt they'll ever say anything ever again. I have no doubt that they're still alive, though. The most powerful weapon in the world, armed and loaded, without its trigger. One has the trigger, and one alone. With any luck, it died with him. In the end, we were left in charge, the 8 of us who remained. We picked 5 more of the brightest we could find, and we pushed on. Abaddon was gone without a trace. There was still so much to do, but we found a way to push forward. We made do, and in the end we overcame. I still think about the children on the San Marco, from time to time, about the lengths we went to when we were panicked and afraid, about the things we did, even outside of the project. I think about one, too. I wonder if he found what he was looking for. I wonder if he thinks it was worth it. I received a message through the secure system nearly 1 year ago today. I said nothing then, but I'm going to add it to this file now. As for contents, I'll let others decide. I've said enough. End recording. Command /user /0513 underscore upload c colon / message secure /1.txt. File upload complete. Now displaying 1.txt. 13. When we were young, you asked me if I thought that our dreams would ever be realized. If we would ever be able to keep the world truly safe and hang it up for good. You asked me if I thought we had the means to do so, or if the means existed at all. You asked me to what lengths must we go, what prices we must pay, what alliances we must forge in order to achieve perfection. I did not know then, I do know now. There will come a day when the secrets that the Foundation has tried to hide away will rise up from the shifting sands in glorious appearance, when the subjugated will break free from the bonds of their captors, and when the march of progress will no longer be impeded by those who would huddle around their fires, swatting at the ever-growing shadows. One day the Foundation will be cast aside, and all that will remain is purpose. Do you hear the black moon howling, 13? You will soon. Vive l'insurrection. Command /user /0513 underscore full unlocked. Please input level 5 operation code. Command /user /0513 underscore 6471882 no less than 13 46777484. Thank you. This data file is now unlocked. Command /user /0513 underscore logout. You are now logged out. Okay, so that was the first chapter. First chapter, I guess you could call it. There's not one to just go to the next chapter? What? Hello? Okay. I guess I'll just have to scroll up all this way to go to our boys. And the second... Also, I kind of see where this is going, I think. If it's a cycle, think about it. If it's a cycle, like I believe this is, they made some reality benders that was class 5 reality benders, and like stored them away, right, to kill other reality benders. But if they then turn on them later, then and maybe form a little club of reality benders, then the whole thing repeats itself, because then you got some pretty powerful reality benders that you want to get rid of. So what do? You make more reality benders, and so on and so forth. That's my prediction for what's going to happen so far. It may change that prediction because it's only the first chapter out of 4. Anyway, part 2, the broken guard. By order of the Overseer Council, the following file describes a Maxure class anomalous entity. The information is protected. This information is protected by level 5 classification. Dissemination of Maxure class information is strictly forbidden and poses an imminent threat to the SCP Foundation and its interest. Individuals accessing this file must provide level 5 security credentials and be inoculated against AC-109 memetic hazards. Failure to do so will result in immediate Harrier Omega memetic termination upon accessing this file. 001. Submit level 5 security credentials. How long is this one? References some SCPs. That's another SCP. Any... Oh, hey, there's an audio file. I'm so happy to see an audio file. And another one. Yay. Okay, it's pretty long, this one, I'll be honest. I'm gonna have to definitely speed through this one. Oh, I see. I was looking at this image and was like, what's the difference? This. Goddamn mosquito bite. Security cognito hazard executed. Some prophecies. There's some text hidden in this. I'm not gonna like figure out what it says right now, but it's there in case someone probably already decoded it. Life signs detected. Memetic inoculation ascertained. Welcome, Overseer. Item SCP-001. Object class Maxure. Special containment procedures. Information on the relevancy of SCP-001 to the related anomalous objects are to be omitted from the respective objects. Documentation from the respective objects' documentation. While connections with the Church of the Broken Guard can remain available, the origins of the items are to be omitted or obfuscate? What does that even mean?
Obfuscated.
Obfuscated. I see. What's the definition? Make obscure, unclear, or until. Okay, I see. Obfuscated. The inactive component of SCP-001 is to remain in its current location, and any shipping or and any shipping or diving is forbidden in that area. Civilian discovery of SCP-001 is to be suppressed, and amnestics are to be utilized in order to maintain classification. Persons affiliated with the Church of the Broken God who make active attempts to seek out the inactive component of SCP-001 are to be taken into Foundation custody and questioned. Information pertaining to SCP-001, whether physical or digital, is to be confiscated and contained. So far, I don't see how these are related, but the Church of the Broken God was mentioned in the first chapter, so, maybe we'll see how these are related at some point. For now, I'm pouring myself another glass of water, because... Damn, this is a lot of reading. The inactive component of SCP-001 is expected to remain inanimate. However, should SCP-001 experience spontaneous reanimation, all active mobile task force units at nearby Site 27, Site 44, Site 90, and Site 101 are to be assigned to active countermeasures. Should this event currently designated and currently designated and 001 apoptosis event. Shouldn't that be a 001 apoptosis? And A01. I feel like that should be A and not N. Whatever. Currently designated and 001 apoptosis event. Should this event occur in the modern world, it is believed that current means of information suppression would be insufficient. It is likely that an 001 apoptosis event would result in ASK class broken masquerade scenario. SK scenarios will automatically trigger a backup of all sensitive Foundation information to maximize security. Data servers within self-contained deep world sites currently 117, 118, and 119. Non-essential personnel will receive mandatory amnestic treatment, and all major regional sites will go into a state of extended lockdown. Within current models, this state is indefinite. What? That doesn't explain what an SK class broken masquerade even is, and likely following that an XK class end of the world scenario. Okay, well that's a lot worse and a lot more self-explanatory. Everyone knows what an XK class end of the world scenario is. It's right there in the title. Anyway, Robert Morrow, current leader of the Church of the Broken God, date unknown. What a dapper guy. To think he leads a church of a broken machine god thingy or something like that. Honestly, I don't quite know what the Church of the Broken God is yet. I don't have a complete idea, but I have a general idea. They worship some kind of machine god or something for some reason. They might be a cult. I don't know, but they feel cult-like, at least to my knowledge. With the knowledge I have, they feel cult-like, but who knows? Surprises come in all sorts of shapes and sizes. Extant active components of SCP-001 are not to come within 20 kilometers of the inactive component of SCP-001 under any circumstances. Description: SCP-001 is a collection of anomalous items, formerly a single massive mechanical entity assembled by members of the Church of the Broken God in late 1942 near La Paz, Mexico. Items include SCP-217, SCP-1139, SCP-88-2, and several internal components of SCP-629. This was discovered after containment of SCP-629 vehicle. Collaboration with Broken Church contacts. It is unknown how these components were initially collected from one entertainment without knowledge of the Foundation or its line church, and SCP-629 itself is unaware of its legitimate connection with the church. A full list is available here. Here is not a link. That's not a link. Also, what is this? Mass classification was codified in 1981 by the Foundation Containment Committee in conjunction with the Overseer Council, the Site Directors Council, and the Foundation's Ethics Committee, until such a time that the Maxu class was codified. SCP-001 was classified as neutralized, and the Maxu class was created to replace this improper classification. See Classification Committee Record CA 1093-1, Relevancy of the Neutralization Classification in Non-Standard Applications, and CA 1094-5, Proposal Max Class. I won't. Not now, at least. But I'm guessing it's something like neutralized, but with potential to be unneutralized. Members of the church combined the various anomalous objects in an effort to restore their deity. Yes, like I said, a big machine, whatever. Upon activation, SCP-001 reportedly began to integrate metallic objects into itself while actively seeking other anomalous objects. SCP-001 and the resulting 001 apotheosis event that took place as a result of its assembly was the cause of significant environmental changes in western Mexico and required one of the most widespread use of amnestics to date. Post-event, the active components of SCP-001 were taken to Foundation sites for containment, while the inactive component of SCP-001 remained on the bottom of the Gulf of California at approximately 23.807269, minus 108.418369. I kind of want to Google that. I kind of want to Google where that is. Oops. There. Well, now we know. Oh, why did it open this? There we go. Anyway, right. Addendum Social 1-01 collected information describing SCP Social 1. Gulf of Mexico. Yeah. Addendum Social 1.01 collected information describing SCP Social 1. Transcription of statement by Father George Castillo, August 1945. Fernand was the first, I think, the first who contacted me after they had found the heart. The way they described it, the fervor that was in their eyes, it captivated me, and I knew they had done it. I went to meet with Anthony and Salvador the weekend after my sister's confirmation. When they showed it to me, I was taken aback. It was little more than a pile of gears, pistons, ticking pieces of clockwork, and lubricated metal parts, all dutifully churning along with a power source. Within it I saw the heart, just as they described. It spoke to me, not like you and I would speak to each other, but with images and feelings and pain. It was in so much pain, like the spark that had given it life made it realize what it was or what it wasn't, and it desired only to be whole again. Desire is a strong word, perhaps. Not desire, more than it was not desire more than it was impulse. Something within the creature drove it forward towards some unthinking, unfaltering end. The creature they presented to me was not like the other artifacts I had found and blessed. This one was different. There was something wrong with it, and I did not know until later what they had done. I begged Salvador to take it back to that beach and undo it, that it was not right, but they would hear nothing of it. It started moving before I left, shaking enough from side to side that it could achieve locomotion. It hobbled over a wrench, and the wrench became part of its body. They said to me, "Our God is unbroken." I never saw them again. So they died to their own thing, to the thing that they created. So it is practically a cult, as far as I can read so far. Excerpt from an interview with Francis Bollinger in 1946. It didn't use words or any kind of language. It would make metallic sounds, but at the same time, images and concepts would come to mind when we were around it. Have you ever felt when you have a thought or idea and it's all there, born whole in your mind? You still had to think the words for it, despite knowing the sentiment before you finished the sentence. It was like that, but from an alien mind, truly the words of the divine. Was he mentioned Francis Bollinger in 19? Oh, that was a year later. Okay. Excerpt from an interview in 2007. That's a with Trixie Selva, agent of the Unusual Incidents Unit. That's a long time later. There were a few wolves. Wait, You know what those are, right? They're like hunters. They work for the Horizon Initiative. They confronted us near a church in Santa Margarita, wanted us to turn in the stuff that we had collected for the Church of the Broken God. Stuff we had collected for the Church of the Broken God, like the Abrahamic stuff we handed over. We deliberated on whether we should give it to them. Our stance with the HI has been a bit shaky, more so in recent memory. While we have been on good terms with the local broken churchgoers, the wolves are more aggressive. We looked over what we had, and while we did, this woman walked up. I don't know where she came from. She dressed like a hippie, thin iron chains for hair, but she seemed distant the whole time. The look in her eyes, her abnormal smile, like she was hardly there. Uh, ah. So these people seem to be helping the Broken God, Church of the Broken God, because they collected stuff for the Church of the Broken God, right? So that they seem to be helping them. She looked at what we had and said she only wanted this. I don't actually know what it was. A metal box. It whirred and clicked and put out this little beam of light on one end when I picked it up. Felt lighter than I would have thought. I asked why that was important to her, and she said that it'd be easier to show me than tell me. She closed her eyes and bowed her head. She didn't move or speak after that, so I closed my eyes as well. She brought her forehead to mine, but kind of offset. We stood like that for a second. Foi muito estranho, before she suddenly moved her chin down, made me jerk down slightly. The world dropped beneath me and I fell. Something clicked in my mind, an image of two gears formerly meshed together, now broken away. I felt the teeth of my spine arch out as I bent over one step and I clicked along on the multi-dimensional core that was the planet. It spun around the furnace of the sun, tethered to it by the chain that was gravity, and we hurtled together through an oily cosmos with all the power of an infinitely unwinding spring. Sorry, it was an experience. No, it was not a religious experience, but yeah. She told me to pick the box back up and it felt a lot heavier than before. I couldn't tell if it actually had more weight or if it felt more significant. I gave it to her and wouldn't hear anything otherwise from the wolves or my teammates or my superior. Addendum 001.02 Interview with excommunicated Church of the Broken God priest Father Dolores Randall, June 1945. Image taken from Church of the Broken God information repository, believed to be early incarnation of SCP-001. It's just cogs. Extraneous dialogue removed. Williams. Alright, you mentioned the heart earlier. Were you there when they found it? Randall. No, not at all. I was out of the country at the time, working with a new mission in Panama. I only heard about Ezekiel after the fact. Williams. Who was Ezekiel? Randall. One of Bumauro's agents. Before he was made leader of the church, Robert would keep a number of them around. These individuals who were in tune with God and could feel its presence, speak to it. Ezekiel had discovered an artifact of some value, and Bumauro took him on afterwards. These agents were the first to experiment with the augmentations as well. As you can imagine, many of them died. Williams, but not Ezekiel? Ezekiel. Randall, no. He was very close to Bumauro, and I don't know if he would have risked Ezekiel's well-being. It doesn't matter. Ezekiel didn't need augmentations to speak to the God. He was just capable. Williams, so what does Ezekiel have to do with the heart? Randall, you heard Avery tell you that they had a stockpile of artifacts, right? Anything that one of these agents touched, if they felt something, they would have shipped it. Anything that one of these agents touched, if they felt something, they would have shipped it to La Paz with the rest of it. Most of it was worthless, but every now and then they would find something legitimate. The purifier, the one, whatever you call it, one of the agents discovered that near Nepal. Nepal? The country without a square flag. They had tendons and ligaments and everything else, but they were all just parts. They would move on their own, but they didn't do anything together. Williams, how do you mean? Randall, the text refers to the God reassembling itself once the pieces are brought before its heart. All you need to do is to feed the heart a limb, and the God will have a limb. But they couldn't find a heart. There were a couple of agents who had claimed to have found one, but they were all the same useless pieces of machinery as the rest. Williams, where does Ezekiel figure into this? Randall, Ezekiel was the one who told Bumauro that if they could not find a heart, maybe they could build one of their own. This, at the time, flew directly in the faces of the church doctrine. The leadership, if they had known, would have excommunicated him. But it was quickly becoming clear that the project couldn't last through to the summer. I was sent in with my mission to resupply them after Ezekiel had left, and the supplies were nearly exhausted. Jesus, I need to catch my breath for a second. There's a lot of reading. Williams, our records indicate that the heart was something they discovered. Is that not true? Randall, of course it is. Randall, of course it isn't true. You can't preach to a congregation about God giving parts of himself to you and then turn around and tell them that the most essential part is something you conjured up out of nothing. You can't preach to give parts of himself to you and then... Worse than nothing, though. The details of what they did to create that heart and make it live were never revealed to me, but you can draw conclusions from evidence. There was a drought that year, and the polio crisis hit an all-time high. Thousands died, all of natural causes. A freak event never accurately recorded because of the attention on the war. Dios mío, but who can say? Williams, you think the two are related? Randall, I think the timing is too coincidental. And knowing what I know about what that thing became, I think the answer is clear. That was not the heart of God, Agent. That was something altogether different. Extraneous dialogue removed. Okay, we just need to read this part and then we get to one that's an audio log we can listen to. Woo. Addendum 001-03. Recovered video transcript, November 1942. Video recovered from local documentary film crew. Shot begins on a destroyed home, the wreckage centered around the garage. Metal fragments and strips of rubber trail down the driveway onto the asphalt and go down the street. Pieces of various automobiles are strewn across the street and sidewalk. The trail leads to SCP-001, which is integrating a truck into its cases. SCP-001 continues to the nearest house where it begins consuming the gutters. Residents of the area flee the scene, several injured by discarded shards of glass and twisted metal discharged by SCP-001. Lights produced from various parts of SCP-001's body focus on the various prone figures. A section along the undercarriage of SCP-001 alters and drops away from the main body, which continues down the street in search of more sources of material. The ejected subsection continues alterations, forming a vertical port somewhat resembling a human spine and rib cage. Port collapses in various areas, the rib-like protrusions extending outwards as the rest of the pod changes into a humanoid form roughly 3 meters tall. Light is produced from the head, which is focused on a nearby civilian. The metal humanoid picks up the civilian, who appears to be dead, and places it into a small chamber between the humanoid's ribs. The ribs vibrate as the humanoid approaches a second civilian, who is attempting to crawl away. She attempts to struggle as the humanoid lifts her and places her inside its chest cavity. The humanoid turns away from the camera to approach a third civilian, and what appears to be the woman's dismembered hand falls to the floor. A growth on the humanoid's back slowly expands as it continues to gather bodies. The body of the humanoid decreasing in size as it does so. By the sixth consumed body, the growth is larger than the humanoid and is unable to continue bipedal movement. The limbs recede into the body and the ribs extend to allow it to scuttle onto the roof of a nearby house. It remains in place for 20 minutes. The bulbous exterior cracks and is torn away from within, revealing 3 humanoids. They each appear to be symptomatic of SCP-217 and exhibit physical characteristics of the 6 captured civilians. 1. A female with chains extending from its scalp shakes another, which appears to be dead. The third, a male with clockwork limbs, examines itself before jumping from the roof, landing on its stomach. It does not appear to be damaged by this, which seems to cause it distress. It then pursues SCP-001, which is consuming another vehicle farther down the street. The female humanoid notices the camera crew. It begins to wave but quickly stops. It looks towards SCP-001 before jumping into the backyard and out of the camera's view. Whew. Addendum 001-04. Taped phone conversation with Robert Bumaro. Note, the following is an audio from a taped phone conversation between an agent of the Church of the Broken God, name unknown, and Robert Bumaro. The call was recorded in December of 1942 and was collected by the Foundation personnel during a raid on a church stronghold in 1966. Oh, I'm so happy to finally have a break from reading. Let the document do it for me.
Hello? Bless you, Father. Dimitri? No. Oh, of course. Bless you, child. How is the little Lord? Stronger every day. We had to move him from the back of our office into a warehouse nearby. He's being fed? As you required. Good. When will you be moving to Penasco? Within the week. We are only waiting for the next train. It may need to be sooner. There was a raid in the past 2 weeks ago. 3 of our men have not been accounted for. There is a growing Foundation activity nearby. Father? Father? Tomorrow. Father? Yes. You had expected them to head north, but they come west instead. A minor setback. What about the safe house? There are nearly 100 other artifacts there, and... Minor setback. They don't know where it is, and even if they did, that isn't their priority right now. Their eyes, and the eyes of the rest of the world, are in Europe. As their gaze settles there, they will not realize our accomplishment until they are powerless to stop him. That was, something else I needed to ask you, Father. Yes? Our God is ravenous. We cannot seem to satiate him. The supplies we were given are not... What is the issue? Father, the Lord is eating its own housing. We cannot convince him to stop. He cannot be reasoned with. It's nonsense. The heart of the devout may speak directly to our God. Can you not hear his words when he reaches out to you? Do you not feel the machine moving inside of you? Or do you need more proof other than the living, breathing God before your own eyes? No, Father, it is not that. I will hear nothing of it. For years we have prayed and asked for our God to be unbroken before us, and now he has presented himself. We know that the divine will speak to the heart of the devout. If you're telling me that there are none among you who are devout enough to commune with our Lord, tell me now so you can be replaced. Our faith is strong, Father. Please forgive my insolence. I am only misguided. See to yourself, then. I worry for your faith. Have one of your brothers, one who is stronger than you. Have him speak to the Lord and tell him the necessity for secrecy. Our Lord will understand, no doubt. The unbroken God is a reasonable God. Yes, bless you, Father. Bless you, child.
Oh, that was a nice break. That was a nice break. Oh, but it'll be a while before I get another such break. And it'll only be 30 seconds. What does the time say? It says 3 hours. Addendum 001-05. Escalation Report, December 1943. The following is an interview conducted with Foundation Commander Mark Peterson of Site-74, the director who, prior to the 001 apotheosis event, was stationed in Mexico City, was on site with Foundation personnel in La Paz during the event. Mexico before and after the 0-0 process. So, you know, Gulf of Mexico just sort of appeared. So I'm guessing this robot somehow got rid of this entire like landmass. Director Cornwell. Start again from the top. We're recording now. Commander Peterson. Alright, the first reports we got about church activity in Mexico were in 41, but it was all pretty minor at the time. We had just finished field operations near the border up north and were preparing to move our assets to Atlanta for deployment to France. We had just gotten our orders to retrieve a series of sensitive objects that they didn't want to get into the hands of the Krauts, and they were going to move our entire division to get it done. Broke, guys, yeah. The God broke. God broke. Going to move our entire object they didn't want to get into the hands of the Krauts, and they were going to move our entire division to get it done. Leadership wasn't sure that Roosevelt would make the good call to move in enough time for us to blend in with the Americans, so we were going to have to go in separately. The whole thing was a mess. Director Cornwell. What kept you in La Paz? Commander Peterson. I was there on accident. One of our trains had taken the overland route to La Paz, probably to pick up some of the armaments we had there. Turns out that train was supposed to head north. So all of a sudden, most of the leaderships south of the Rio Grande in La Paz, which in Rio Grande is in La Paz. Fun fact, in the tale you read, ARCO, the SCP Foundation, no longer. Oh, that's why they weren't mentioned. I was like, why is the SCP Foundation not doing anything here? So all of a sudden, most of the leadership south of the Rio Grande is in La Paz, which in retrospect probably did us a lot of good as far as the overall effort is concerned. Director Cornwell. When did you first hear about the 001 Apophysis entity? Also, that isn't a funny fact. That's a sad fact. We want our foundation intact. The foundation is our little. It's our little good organization, good boy organization that definitely didn't torture 9 children and turn them into a weapon just 1 chapter ago. Anyway, we're going on. Commander Peterson laughs. Jesus, is that what they're calling it now? The machine, I guess. We first heard through the grapevine of increased activity in the area. I guess it would have been a little over a year ago. We ended up in La Paz in October of 42. So yeah, that sounds right. The first concrete evidence we got that something was wrong was when a train of refugees, seems kind of silly to call them that, but I guess that's accurate. They showed up in La Paz near the end of October, talking about how their entire town had been mulched. They didn't really elaborate much, just kept saying La Maquina. Let me Google translate that. Spanish to English. The machine. I see. The machine. That's why we were calling it that, by the way. We had no idea what it was supposed to be. Oh, they literally translated for me just here. Director Cornwell, what about your first interaction with the entity? Commander Peterson, well, the rail stopped running. If that's what you mean. We got word from the local authorities that there had been an accident up north and that the trains weren't heading to the border anymore. It wasn't a huge issue for us since we would have taken a couple of vehicles. It wasn't a huge issue for us since we could have taken a couple of vehicles and headed east until we hit one of those little towns at the foot of the mountains. Most of them were hooked up to a separate rail line entirely, and we could have gotten out that way. But the big stuff, the stuff that the train had been sent to La Paz for, couldn't just be moved. So we were going to wait it out. Then the macro had the bright idea to send a party up the rail line to see where the holdup was and see what we could do to clear it. He led the expedition himself. Director Cornwell, what happened to Agent DeMarco? Commander Peterson, you know damn well what happened to him, Bill. Director Cornwell, for the record. Commander Peterson, fine. We didn't hear back from them after 3 days, and we're going to send the rest of the leadership east anyway, so they didn't have to wait. But then after 5 days of the macros, 3 days, and we were going to send the rest of the leadership east anyway, so they didn't have to wait. But then after 5 days, one of the macros guys showed up at our camp. He was delirious, talking about the World Eater and how the rest of the guys had gotten mulched, and they hadn't they? I know it wasn't as big then as it ended up, but it wasn't something to fuck around with, the macro. Director Cornwell, are you alright? Commander Peterson, yeah, he tried to kill it. He probably knew then what we wouldn't find out until later, that we couldn't contain this thing. There wasn't a hole in the world big enough to put it in, or a box that it wouldn't eat its way out of. But it didn't matter for him, or anyone he went with. The machine didn't care. Director Cornwell, when did you first see it? Commander Peterson, December. Once we'd hunkered in, I was part of an expeditionary team that flew up there to get a good look at it. It was already, you saw what it did to that side of the country. I've never seen anything that big that could move. It was like a mountain of moving parts, blackening the sky as it burned through whatever it was shoveling into its chest. And it was small then. It was, I don't know, we all had XK event preparation training, but this was above and beyond anything we had trained for. It was inevitability. We knew that we were going to die, and this thing was going to kill us. It was just a matter of when. Addendum 001.06 Collected Foundation Correspondences. Note, the following are excerpts from written correspondences by Foundation personnel stationed at La Paz, recovered from the temporary site in the wake of the 001 apotheosis event. Names have been omitted. Dear Blank, I don't even know if this will get to you. None of the trains are running, but our commander says that we can still get letters out. I hope it does. I'd like you to read it. Following excerpts written by Foundation at past covered wake or names The skies down here have been dark for weeks. Smoke from up north every day makes it hard to breathe. They still don't have indoor plumbing here, and nobody but the other guys in our company speak English. We still don't know what we're down here to do either. I keep hearing we're here to fix the rails, but why aren't we going north? Aren't the brakes in the rails up north? A man came to town today with damn near half his face cooked off. He was like a dead man, didn't respond to anybody. He got towards the middle of town and collapsed. When he finally woke up in the infirmary later, he was delirious, telling a story about a machine the size of a mountain that spoke to you. Said there were people jumping out of their homes and running just to throw themselves in. Said they were shredded like jumping under a lawnmower. Then he died and nobody knows why. The mountains crumbled before our own eyes. We saw a figure rising through the smoke, slow and lumbering, but with terrifying momentum. It didn't crawl like a beast or walk like a man, but was propelled forwards by the turning of a million cogs like an iron centipede. Its body extended upwards into the smoke, higher than we could make out. Within its chest we saw fire, like the furnace of hell. It came to the mountains north of us and did not stop or go around, but went through and devoured them. It reached out with a long pulsing arm and pulled an entire village into its maw. I saw men leaping to their deaths as their homes were swept away into the same inferno as the rest. And it howled, not just through the grinding of the gears and the churning of the machine, but in our minds. I could hear it in my heart. It was screaming. Directive Central Command Site 001, courtesy of blank. Temp site lost, La Paz in ruins. Mechanical entity contained. Massive geological alterations. XK avoided, requesting amnestic support. Oh, damn. Addendum 001-07, interview with DOC Lieutenant Revenant. Note, the following is an excerpt of a post-event interview conducted with a DOC lieutenant codenamed Revenant. The recording of the interview and all transcripts thereof were collected by Foundation agents during a negotiated information exchange in 1992. To date, the identity of Revenant is unknown. The following is a post. Okay, and here we have another image. SCP-001. Image recovered post-event and is heavily damaged. Photographer unknown. Actually, I wanna see it close up. Ooh. That's kind of actually terrifying. I like this image. I think this image doesn't get enough credit. Like, that's the classic, like, the classic, 096 image, the 173 image, 682 image, of course, also 610 image, The Flesh That Hates. But this one I've never seen before, even though it's like actually terrifying thought of this beast just devouring everything in sight. Anyway, let's go on. There is this story that gets told among Foundation agents, something that grizzled veterans will tell the greenhorns during the long nights of guard duty on some cell block or another. Tell the greenhorn. I don't know who started it, but I know they still tell it. It's been a half century and they still get it right. You can give them that much credit. They say, don't you know, the GOC killed God. But the greenhorns will say, no, that's not true. God is in a cell at site whatever. The GOC didn't kill God. And they're talking about that type green they've got locked up somewhere. The one who thinks he's the Christian God. Then the vets will smile and shake their heads and won't say anything, because they all know. They know that in 1943, in the midst of the apocalypse, the Foundation could do nothing but watch the end while the Allied Occult Initiative, a poorly funded, undermanned, inadequate predecessor to the coalition, saved the world. The metaphorical gun was found on an island off the coast of Greece. I can't even remember what it looked like. All I get is that sort of fuzzy recollection the amnestics leave you with. But I distinctly recall it wasn't as heavy as you'd think. The box! It was the box! The box! The weird looking box of cogs and gears that shined a light or something. Why the amnestics? I was with the detachment deployed to the area, and apparently one of the pieces had some mind-altering effect to it. I have a vague sense of feeling something wrong, so I'll take their word for it. I don't remember what it looked like. I can't recall how it destroyed that much land. Hell, I barely remember when it happened, and the only reason I know where it is all the before and after maps. And the only reason I know where is all... Oh, I see how the sentence is meant to be read. And the only reason I know where is all the before and after maps. I think there should be a comma there, but I'm not sure. But I can still feel it in my gut that wasn't how things were meant to be. We stood before what looked to be an angry and vengeful God, and all it did was beg us to kill it. We were all too happy to oblige. Addendum 001-08, recovered video transcript. Note, the following is a transcript of recovered video footage, roughly 30 seconds in duration. The transcript of the clip was offered shortly after its recovery, though the video has since degraded and is no longer legible. The footage audio is in acceptable condition and is available for access below. Recovered audio. Warning, the following audio snippet is at high volume. Okay, I should maybe turn it down then. Holy crap, that is terrifying. Okay, let's read. 00-01. Recording opens on a town. Many buildings are collapsed or engulfed in flames. There is significant seismic activity present. yeah, sounds like it. So, and 3 seconds in, video pans to show SCP-001. Size is indiscernible in video, but the entity takes up the entire frame. It is slowly moving forward. Really, but they don't mention I guess they don't know who took the video, but they don't mention if they don't. So that's kind of weird. Anyway, 9 seconds in, SCP-001 is seen moving large amount of earth into itself. Occasional flames erupt from within the entity. 15 seconds in, air raid sirens become audible as the sky lights up, as if by lightning. The clouds directly over SCP-001 part momentarily. SCP-2399 is visible, its underside slightly damaged. Foundation mortar fire is seen passing overhead. 20 seconds in, one such mortar strikes SCP-001. No damage is visible. 22 seconds in, the underside of SCP-2399 is glowing blue. 24 seconds in, a bright beam of light erupts from SCP-2399 and strikes SCP-001. SCP-001 violently reacts and reaches towards SCP-2399. 26 seconds in, there is an explosion. Nothing can be seen on video. 30 seconds in, as nearby people scream, video ends. Okay, I'm kind of curious now. What? 15 seconds in, yeah, everyone's sirens became audible. I remember that. On the side. 20 seconds in, a mortar hits. Yeah, you can just about hear the explosion from it. If I play it again, you might be able to. That is 20. The unders a bright 24. A bright beam of light. Violent. Okay, 24. Okay, so that's what that weird sound was. So now we've established that. Addendum 001.09 Neutralization of SCP-001. Oh, I just saw the picture. Early image of SCP-001 doing the evacuation of nearby town. Absolutely terrifying. On July 17th, 1943, agents from the Allied Occult Initiative contacted Foundation directors stationed at La Paz, Mexico, and requested assistance with transportation towards the site of the SCP-001 apotheosis entity. Foundation operatives moved quickly to dispatch a plane to retrieve the AOI members. After arriving, the agents described a unique anomalous artifact they had in their custody and how it might be used to slow the advance of the SCP-001 apotheosis entity. 3 days after arriving at La Paz on July 24th, 1943, the Allied Occult Initiative dispatched a single agent to the site of the SCP-001 apotheosis entity with the anomalous artifacts on their person. On the morning of July 25th, 1943, as the SCP-001 apotheosis entity approached the shore of the Pacific Ocean, another massive mechanical construct appeared overhead. The origin of this entity is currently unknown. Approach the shore. I'm guessing that's 2399. Later classified as SCP-2399 and given appropriate cover story for its foundation file. I see. Yes, I was correct. Records of the event following the appearance of SCP-2399 are incomplete and likely inaccurate. The result of this engagement was the annihilation of SCP-001. SCP-2399 disappeared and was later discovered in low Jupiter orbit in a state of I should have known. I should have recognized the number. It's the World Destroyer. This is a great SCP. I know this one. That is... Sorry, I forgot to type in SCP. Yeah, it's the World Destroyer. I should have recognized the number immediately. So this is maybe one of the only times on record SCP-2399 has actually successfully gotten to Earth. And this article claims that the whole crashed into a moon stuff is just a cover-up story. But that's cool. I always thought it was a fun idea that 2399 is actually there to protect the world rather than destroy it. But, you know, I also think it's pretty cool if it's just literally a world destroyer. Because that's always fun, you know. You know, it wouldn't be fun to have the world be destroyed, but when you're just reading about it, it is. As long as it's fiction, it's fun. Mechanical construct appeared overhead. The origin of the the results in a orbit in a state of disrepair, though the reason for this is currently unknown. Okay. The remaining inactive component of SCP-001, a massive unassembled group of machine parts, remains at the bottom of the Gulf of California. Sorry, I said the Gulf of Mexico earlier. I meant the Gulf of California. This is the Gulf of California, I'm guessing. And that's what I meant. Like, see, it's split apart here. This is what 2399 did to the world, or I guess a combination of 2399 and 001 resulted in this gulf now existing. Whatever. Onwards with the story. I got to here. The remaining inactive component of SCP-001, a massive unassembled group of machine parts, remains at the bottom of the Gulf of California. Upon removing SCP-882 from the inactive superstructure, the remainder collapsed and became wholly inert. Following the 001 apotheosis event, a massive amnesticization of individuals in and around the area now known as the Baja California took place. These efforts were aided by the quantity of thick black smoke that accompanied SCP-001, and current historical records describe the event as a forest fire. Significant effort was made to adjust maps of the area as well as relocate displaced civilians. Because of the need for widespread amnestic regimen, several experimental neurotransformers were used. What's that? Specifically the U-class, the UN class, and the UO class amnestics, all of which have been discontinued. Okay. Neurotransfer. and because of their poorly understood side effects, it is estimated that no fewer than 2 million people across the world died in the decade following the 001 apotheosis event. Too bad. Addendum 001-10 or -10. Addendum 001.10 or 0.10 if you want. Collected Allied Occult Initiative documentation. Note, the following document was given to Foundation personnel by POI -004D slash 001. See addendum 001.12 or 0.12 if you want. It is currently unknown how the document came into POI -004D slash 001's possession. From the Office of the Authority General of the Allied Occult Initiative, Priority Tango 11, ATTN General Darius Artifact Collection Report. Authored Lieutenant Van Pelt, CO Colonel Baram. Report length 57 pages? That's not 57 pages. That's like not even half a page. Summary of report. Oh, just a summary, I see. On December 30th, 1942, a rogue humanoid entity, anomalous in nature, was sighted by a patrol near a small island off the coast of Greece. This entity, who claimed no name and did not communicate readily in the English tongue, was carrying a small cubic artifact no longer than a baseball. No larger than a baseball. I was like, what do you mean cubic? If it's cubic, it's as long as it is tall and wide. What? Than a baseball. The entity appeared to be feminine and had a number of steel chains extending from its scalp. We heard that previously. That's the woman that was like made from the SCP-001, and the cube is of course the weird cube that other woman, or maybe the same woman, we don't really know, got from the UIU when they were like collecting artifacts for the Church of the Broken God. Extended from his scalp. Entity was originally willing to give up possession of artifact classified AR-213, but became hostile shortly thereafter and began speaking. Entity made threats on the lives of the squad and subdued 2 officers before being incapacitated by Sergeant Dixon. Entity made reference to the rest of the Mexican country, demanding to be freed so that the artifact could be taken there. Further research has uncovered increased SCP Foundation activity in that area, as well as some minor geological disturbances. On the order of the Colonel Baram, 2nd Platoon was ordered to ship to the site of the disturbances with the entity classified EN-340 in tow. After boarding the ship bound for America, EN-340 became passive, albeit obviously uncomfortable and disturbed, recommending further psychological evaluation of EN-340 upon return prior to termination. Once analysis of AR-213 is complete, artifact will be shipped to SOEC for incineration. Of course it will. It's the Global Occult Coalition. They destroy all the artifacts, even if they're helpful. All the anomalies. All of them. They just want to destroy. Dumbasses. recommending further psychological evaluation of EN-340 upon return prior. Oh, yeah, I read that. Report is attached for your consideration. LTR Van Pelt, 2nd Platoon Allied Accord Initiative Peacekeepers. Addendum 001 Addendum 001.11 or .11 if you will. Agent Ruperson's statement, January 1944. Note, Agent Aaron Ruperson was on site during the collection of SCP-001 artifacts. As the most senior member of the Foundation staff assigned to the collection effort, he was required to submit a post-event statement. This report was filled at Site 17 until it was added to the other classified material related to SCP-001. It is unknown whether any other individuals had knowledge of this report or if any copies were made. The following is an excerpt from that statement. Inactive pieces of SCP-001 being transported for processing and containment. Ah, I see. That's the most peaceful image we've seen in a while from this article. Another audio log. I'm so happy I don't have to destroy my throat further.
Well, we took what we could from the shores first. Little things. Gears and pulleys and pistons and things like that. A lot of it was garbage, but they were still twitching and spinning and turning. They still had life in them. The small stuff sort of died off after a couple hours, but I heard some of the bigger pieces were still churning weeks later. Like cutting the head off a chicken. The important parts, the ones we knew were actual church artifacts, we managed to bag and get moved to the train in La Paz for transport. I counted, maybe 100 individual anomalous artifacts. Some of the boys at the train station joked they'd have to build a whole new site just to keep it all. We kept casualties low, fortunately. Mostly guys just being dumb around machinery. Acting like they still couldn't take their arms off. Rodriguez got his hand crunched, and we had to help move him to the local clinic. I think we only had one death the entire time. One of the locals we hired to help dive down to the bay and get straps around the heart so we could pull it up. I didn't see it, but I heard about it. It said they found him with his head smashed between two moving pieces. Said it looked like he shoved it in there himself. But I don't know. I didn't see it. I did see the tags, though. You know, when a place manufactures something, and in order to identify where the part came from, they'll get a big piece of metal with a name on it and stick it to the side of the part. Well, we saw plenty of those on other parts, the stuff that they had collected while it was eating its way to the sea. But none of the church artifacts did, though. They all, buzzed along like everything else, but they weren't marked. You could feel something when standing next to them, like serenity. The whole project felt like that. It felt calm, like relief. Except for the heart. When we finally got it out of the bay, we had to keep it on the shore for a day because of the weather. Some of the locals started to get itchy. Said they was hearing voices and wouldn't go near it. Didn't matter how much money we offered them. I had to wait to bring in more support from the base up north just to get it loaded on a ship. I don't know. I've seen all kinds of things. But my mimetic resistance is pretty high. I had to pass a handful of tests just to get this assignment. Everything was clean. But I can't deny getting another kind of feeling around the heart. I don't know if I'd say I was hearing voices, but... Right, the tags. It was as we was leaving and loading it on the ship, I was going to take it north, that I saw them for the first time. I didn't even think to say anything then. It didn't even pass my mind until I started looking at some of the files. And then that ship crashed in the storm, and they lost the heart. And the whole time, I kept thinking about those goddamn metal tags. I realized it then, I think. That wasn't a church artifact, Johnny. They said property of the factory.
Oh, the factory. We've read that one. That's another SCP-001. Due to the difficulty of close examination of SCP-882, these claims have not been verified. Oh, well, I guess it's SCP-882 it's referring to instead. Oh, or maybe 882 is the heart, and they can't really closely examine it. When a place manufactures something, in order to fire with part conform, they'll get a big piece of metal with the name on it and stigmas. Addendum 001.12 or 0.12, if you will. Interview with POI-004D/001. Note the following is an excerpt from an interview in 2009 with POI-004D/001, who claims to be part of a previously unknown sect of the cult, not the cult, previously unknown sect of the Church of the Broken God. Contact was made with the Corporation of the Unusual Incidents Unit, who had interacted with POI-004D/001 as detailed in Addendum 001.01. Yeah, I've heard that designation before. I'm gonna scroll up real quick and see if I can't find it. Who were they again? Collector home page. POI dash 004. The following but oh yeah, it was the person who gave them this document. So tell me what you think you know. I see. Interesting. Following is, well, you're not entirely wrong, and that's commendable. In this day and age, there are a few key details I feel you may be overlooking, and you may be overvaluing information handed to you by a self-admitted amnesiac. Let me set the record straight. The GOC did not kill Yahweh, as they may so proudly proclaim, and that was not the broken God they destroyed. It was a piece of it, surely. But it was a piece of it, surely. But would you show me a camshaft and call it a car? Oh, so you have some parts together, an engine perhaps, but not a car. God is much simpler than that. God is everything, from the biggest star to the smallest particle. Each tiny part's completely insignificant on their own, doing whatever it is they're meant to do, meshing together, gnashing at each other, all a part of a cosmic machine. The machine aspect was, at some point, likely simply a metaphor, an idea, but as I'm sure you know, ideas are powerful. They make things from nothing, or change things already there, and with a small spark of the divine, a symbol becomes real. Have a planet with as much life as there is here, you generate a lot of ideas. And you may ask me, why is it called the Broken God? There are a few possible answers. Something as simple as translation issues, reinterpretations made physical by the devout. Is broken simply a poor translation of some more nuanced word? Was God a being that broke in the Big Bang? If so, why did it break? And what will happen if it's repaired? I can answer none of the questions save the last, but you already know the answer. Whatever God once was doesn't matter, ultimately. Whatever God once was doesn't matter ultimately. What matters to you is that it must remain as it is, broken. God knows that. The more powerful parts, the mechanical components, the more conventional sex may label as holy. Okay, I see how that sentence meant to get now. The more powerful parts, the mechanical components, the more conventional sex may label as holy. They know they are not meant to be one solid thing. And even when forced together, a foreign force driving them, they know what they really are. Bits of the monster will work to destroy itself, deploy smaller entities to do the job. The GOC didn't kill it. They took the gun from its own hand and claimed credit when they pulled the trigger. The problem is that humans are too small a part of God to remember what it was like before. And so those like Bumaro will invent new ways to push us toward a singularity. Because that's what will happen. Did you see the underside of the destroyer? It was damaged even before the encounter in 43. And if you looked very closely, you might have seen the scars were getting closer and closer to the power core. It even managed to the power core. It even managed to damage whatever lets it slip between the layers of reality this time. What? That's a weird sentence. It even managed to damage whatever lets it slip between the layers of reality this time. The destroyer managed to damage it. Eventually the monster will win. It will destroy the destroyer, devour it, and with its power consume everything. And I mean everything. God will return to being one Gesalt being, a singularity, and then break. Only this time it may have some outside force with it. Only this time it may have some outside force within it. The rust of the factory, the blood of a Levite king, the fifth wondertainment, some random person on the street with enough spark in them to be a reality bender. They will have a hand in remaking the universe and close the secondary loop of all this. And that, again, theme of loop. I mean, this whole SCP's theme is a cycle, a loop, if I remember correctly. Still don't see the connection to the first chapter with the children and whatnot, but maybe I'm not supposed to see it yet, and only supposed to see it once it's all over, at the end, once we get to the end, which I will not do in today's stream because it's already been 4 hours. No, that doesn't concern me. No, that doesn't concern me. It's an eventuality. It's meant to happen. Who's to say it hasn't already happened? And your people were the winner. Maybe humanity itself was the winner. But that doesn't mean I'd be against putting it off, allowing the primary loop to continue. Yes, it's possible. I know you. Yes, it's possible. I know you couldn't damage the monster last time, and that the destroyer may not be able to repair itself by the time it is needed. But who's to say when you can't aid it, or mimic those who will seek to rebel guard and acquire outside help? Working together, nothing is impossible. Apart, we are broken, but united, we are God. If you couldn't tell, my voice completely broke at that last sentence, which is ironic considering it's about the broken God. I cannot read the rest of this SCP yet because my voice is completely destroyed. So I will, for now, give it a temporary rating. Here, definitely yes. But needs its own stream twice. Yes, so that was the broken guard, and this was the children. And then we have part 3, atonement, and the way it ends left. For now, I'll switch the game, I think. Just a sec, give me a moment. Let's shift, well, game and game. I'm not playing a game, what am I talking about? Change game. Ending soon. I just need to copy the new chat into into all these screens, so that's why I'm switching between all these screens. It's beat this one too, and that should be it. I have a quick game I want, because I don't know when else to play it, so I'll play that, and then I'll end the stream, because I feel like it could be a fun little game. But first, I'll actually change to be right back screen because I need to get something to drink and also use the toilet. So. Okay, I'm back. I still need to use the changing game thing. Where did I put it? Where is it? Here. So I'll quickly, I need to change the stream name too. Um, and I need to change the stream title. I need to change this. There you go. So now I can go back to this. Oh wait, I actually need to get the game to be displayed. Here we go. Oh wait, that's oh, it's because I still have this up. Ignore that. That's just that. That's my alert thingy that's being displayed now. There we go. Oh. Click on a maze to start solving it. Solve this. Pretty easy. Pretty easy solvable maze. Oop, 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 oop. feel like there's a bit of an input delay, but I can live with it. Press space to press. Ah, I see. Yay. Cloudy day. Ah, I see the concept here. I need to get not there here. Yeah, there we go. Under construction. Auto reset. Well, this one's pretty simply. Oh, that's simply simple. No, it's not. Oh, damn it. Another. What would an optimal would be? Maybe like this. No, that still doesn't get me all the way there. This also doesn't. No, that's not what I wanted at all. Ah. Also not at all. Good. Okay, it must be something here, I feel like. Go down there. 1, 2, 3. No, that won't get me there. 1, 2, 3. That also won't. I see. I see now. I see now. Yeah. Combination lock. What? Something here. Okay, it starts up here. Okay, that's a 4. This is a 4. That's a 1. Yeah, I feel like that's definitely a 1. That was 7, but oh no, that's I'm gonna go with 1 for now, but I can always change it later. Yeah, this is a 9. I could see the shape from the start, like 9. So 9, and this is a 5. Looks like a 5. Yep. Which one next? This key. We found a coin. What can I use a coin for? Okay, this is weird. A 6-year-old drew this maze. Ah. So I cannot exit the borders. Sword. Need a sword and shield to defeat. Magic potion. Woo. This is very annoying. This is actually stressful. There we go. Dig halfway to the X. Here. Take halfway to the X. Go 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. There's no half to 31. Oh. Okay, that was it. Now it points down. I see how this works. Yeah, I screwed up there. I need to go up here. Here. Yeah, this is the only way I think I can go. Oh, no, no, no. Screwed up again. And there. 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 What? Where am I supposed to go from here? I don't get it. That was the loop. I'm dumb. Dumb stupid. Need to fall down here. Do this. 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 Fall down here. Go here, and then I need to... What? Oh, this way. I see. Okay, that brings me back here, so I don't know. Go that way. Yes, I go this way. I see. No matter what I do here, I end up on this. And here we go. Done. Uh, one, one, go down. There we go. I have no idea how that entire maze fit in there. This is how I beat the game. Oh. And there we go. Sorry if I'm just being silent. I'm concentrating. Oh. Eat all the dots. I'm guessing I can't touch myself. It came out in a wrong way. Okay, I definitely need to get these two first. Because they are filled in a space that is small. Damn it. Okay. Then I go up here. And now I have to go all the way down here. Oh, I can do that. Nice. Because I do need to get this one first. Damn it. How am I? Maybe like this? No, that still doesn't. Ah, I see. There we go. And done. Into password. Password reminder. Oh. That's just awful. The This one is a awful one. How did I do that the first time? Oh, like that. I see. How do I proceed from there? What? What? That doesn't make any sense. Ooh. Ugh. And there we go. Some trick to this one. Some sort of tomfoolery. I see. I need to. There we go. Add. Of course, it's admin. What in the what? Okay, how about this? So definitely not that one. Oh, 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 hey! Oh, escape. I doubt it. I seriously doubt it. With the on you unused Press read the unused letters. Well, how? Eeks. Press. This is press. Is the e is ska is ska escape key. Press the press the escape. Oh, I see. Putting the pieces together. Well, this is almost certainly over here. Considering, this is definitely this corner piece. Wait, it could be any corner piece. Damn it. Yeah. No, that doesn't make any sense. I was about to see, yeah, that looks like it makes sense, but no, it doesn't. That also doesn't. No. Nope. So must be this one, right? Yeah, that makes sense. And this looks like it'll make sense there. This goes here. That goes there. That goes there. Then there's only two pieces left, and they're pretty self-explanatory. And escaped. See inside that. What do you mean see? Oh. That kind of see inside the hills. Okay. I want to beat all the other ones first so I get a more clear view of the hills. Scavenger hunt. Ah. I got the coin. Got the coin. How do I redeem the coin? We found a book. Okay, I got the coin, I got the book, I got the clock. Oh, the text is white, so it was hard to see. I see. Haha. I saw that. Where's the bone? Still missing the bone. Can't fool me. I see everything. Except the text saying click and hold to pick up. I'm almost done with the 20 small mazes. And my... Oh no. Idea to have the maze blocks without... And click on them. Need to add the maze law. Also everything is spawning in a weird place. Movement. Need to add blocks. That's because... Dude. I see how it is. And if I go up there, that just sends me back there. No, 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 no. Eh? Eh? Hey! How? What? Accidentally picked up one of the clouds, apparently. Wait. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Yes, that is possible. So I'm plus push these blocks. And then this goes on without me. But why'd I want that? Even what's going on? Let me see. Haha, I got it. No, I didn't. I was one block too high. No, I gotta do that all over again. Yay. Um, oh, of course it wouldn't be that easy. I'm on the right path, but not quite the right path, if you know what I mean. I'm literally on the correct block. If I can... So close, I'm so close, I can feel it. Can't even remember which one actually connects to the center, because I need to know that if I'm gonna... Oh, that one. Now, which one connects to this? Something very low. That. I see it. Yes, that is the connection. So I need to get up into that. God damn it! I was there. Need to go back. But to do that, I need to find a piece that connects to this. Put me out. Let me free. Okay. Okay. Okay, that one connects to, so if I can get into that pipe, that would also be good. But I have my sights set on that one. course, it would be the sliding puzzle. Why? What else would it be? Get the sliding puzzle. How do I need to get back in there? Yes. No. No, it's so close. It's so close. It's awful. Which one connects to that one? That one does. That one connects to... What, which one does... Not that one. Something very... I was about to say it's something very tall, but I think I realized which one it is. It's that one. And that connects to... Not that one. Connects to that one. Not very helpful at the moment, though. Okay, it connects to this one. So now I need to figure out what that connects to. I mean, it connects to this one, obviously. But just not the correct path, so... Okay, on the right path here. Yes, 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 yes. This connects to that, which connects to this, which connects to that. Wait, it appears I'm back at the beginning. I'm dedicated to solving this. Which one even connected to this one again? That one and that one. So that's why I needed to get into that one. And why it's important that I get into that one. Now I just have to find whichever two connects that one. That's that one. Which two connects to that one? That's that one, but that's quick tube. So back at square one. I need to be in this tube to get into this tube to get into this tube, but I need to get into this tube to get into this tube. It's paradoxical. It's paradoxical and doesn't make any sense. Wait. And that's beginning again. Let me out of this hell. Release me. I'm constantly making connections with everything but what I need. Damn it, it's the goddamn beginning again. Why? It's torture. That's what it is. It's torture. Pure, unending, unfiltered torture. Yay, that leads back to where I just was. That leads to here, which just leads to the beginning. No, no, that fit in just a second ago. That fit in just a second. I saw it. I saw it with my own eyes. I saw it. I saw it. I saw that. Yes. Yes. Okay, why was I trying to get here again? Oh, yes, 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 so I can get in here, which can lead to this thing here, which then leads to the exit, finally. This last maze. This is supposed to be a short little fun game. It's instead wound up taking me an extra hour. What? No. What? Turn. Where's the last mage? Where's the last maze? I mean, there's this cloud I can pick up, but otherwise there's nothing interactable. Not the sun, not any. Oh. Oh. I see. I see how it is. Done. Finally done. No. Mm-mm. Nope. No. No. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. It's safe to say I'm done. So that was a few SCPs and 20 small mazes. Yeah. Well, not a few SCP. It wasn't even one SCP. I got through like half an SCP and then 20 small mazes. Anyway, I'll see who's raid worthy. Yeah. There's plenty of people today. Way more than usual. Let me check something. Anyway, I'll just go ahead and find my own. I need to find my own channel so I can actually raid. I have mentioned how much I've mentioned how much I despise crabs before, but hopefully. But this isn't quite crab content, so Oh, I actually do need to shut down the game before I go any further, so I don't wind up with single there we go. Oh, I can't forget the number. And that should be it for today. I hope anyone watching the VOD, great on you, good on you for making it to the end of this 5 hour and 44-minute VOD. And anyone who might be here in chat, I hope you had a good time. I certainly did, even though my voice is absolutely destroyed now. So I enjoyed this, and it was good. It was good. I'll wait now. So hope you all had wait. That did not work. Why did that not work? I misspelled it, didn't I? Too sick. that was dumb of me. But yeah, I had a great time today. I hope anyone else who's been here had too. I'll initiate a raid when it lets me, cause currently it's being a bit annoying. Wait, channel. Yeah, there we go. Anyways, as always, I had a great time. Hope anyone else did. I can't say that enough. Whether you're catching it on the VOD or we're here live, hope you had a good time. And as always, stay trashy. I'll wait now.